Chapter 172. Name: Albert Rhine. Job: Freedom Knight. I don't belong to any faction, but I've been making a living in the Gentleman Alliance recently. Everyone gives me face and calls me the flower-shattering swordsman of the three swordsmen. I couldn't help but be astonished as I looked at the rather straightforward, black-haired knight before me. Ever since I made up my mind to contact the Divine Knight Alliance, no matter how wretched the expert they sent, I had already expected it. But why did they send me such a cheerful and handsome guy? He had delicate features, an aquiline nose, and sword-like eyebrows. His square face was filled with righteousness, yet he had a gentle smile. His black knight attire added a heroic aura to his appearance. His long hair reached his shoulders, yet he didn't seem feminine at all. For some reason, he made me want to punch his handsome face. Cough, cough! It seemed that he had a personal grudge against me. Wasn't this the classic public enemy of all men, a super handsome guy? Why was he a member of the Gentleman Alliance? Do you know why they sent you here? Did you give the wrong order? Albert smiled wryly as he shook his head. You didn't give the wrong order. When the news reached us, all of our companions immediately came to find me. Did they believe that I was the only one capable of carrying out this mission? I was even more astonished. Judging by the maids who kept sneaking glances at me from outside the door, could it be that such a rare, super handsome guy was lacking women? He even wanted to do performance art. It was more like women were throwing themselves at him. The past is like smoke. It's a long story. Albert had a sorrowful expression as he lowered his head and spoke as if he couldn't bear to recall the past. Those were all mistakes I made when I was young. It all started when I was still a child. I had a younger sister. She was my angel, and everything. This was a common story in this generation. Albert's parents had both died, and he supported his family by himself. His only family member, his younger sister, was his angel and psychological support. But when she was 3 years old, she was kidnapped and sold by human traffickers. And so, I traveled all over the world by myself. My childhood memories are already hazy, and the only distinguishing feature is the red birthmark on my waist. That's why I learned how to use a thin sword technique that specializes in cutting clothes without hurting skin. That's why they call me the flower-shattering swordsman of the three swordsmen. His sorrowful expression showed that he had suffered a lot. I immediately nodded in agreement with a face full of sympathy. I understood the feeling of being treated as a pervert when one was clearly a normal person. You've really worked hard. Don't worry, when you're done with my task, I'll use my power to find my sister. Really? Thank you so much. I can't wait to carry out your mission. Please give me the characteristics. I'll start right away. Albert was so excited that he immediately stood up and bowed. I was also quite happy. This was much better than what I had expected. There was actually a normal person in the Divine Warrior Alliance. Looks like the King of Gentleman Halo isn't too difficult to deal with. I can't help but feel hopeful for the beautiful future. Yep, she's about 14 to 18 years old this year. Her blonde hair, no, her hair color might have been dyed as well. So, as long as it fits her age, don't let go of her. Since she might be disguised as a man, don't miss out on cute boys either. Your Highness, don't worry, I'm an expert. No woman can escape my eyes, my sword. The thin sword drew an arc in the air. Killing intent flashed in his black eyes. At this moment, I realized that the person in front of me was actually a peak expert who was half a step into legend. I was immediately overjoyed. Could it be that my luck had changed? Not only was it a normal person with common sense and a bottom line, it was also an expert. You're really too reliable. Too reliable. Brother, I bought you a beast fong sword tassel. You'll definitely like it. The door suddenly opened and a lively little girl jumped in. Wait, what did she call me? Brother? Since she wasn't calling me, then she could only call Albert. Wasn't his sister still missing? My smile immediately froze. Based on my many years of experience of being cheated, I could vaguely guess what would happen next. Lena, why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the mercenary headquarters? Looking at the ponytailed girl, Albert was a little surprised. Big Brother Beifong told me to follow you here. He said that he didn't know what you would do if I wasn't here. He's really nice. He was afraid that Brother wouldn't be able to complete the mission, so he asked many of his companions to come and help. Brother, what kind of mission is so important? Why did you have to come here? All right, what else was there to say? I should have guessed that there wouldn't be any normal people in the Gentleman Alliance. However, to be able to trick me with such a sincere look, she did have some skills. Brat, you sure have guts. No, Your Highness, listen to my explanation. I'm speaking the truth. I have indeed been looking for my sister all this while. That's how I got this title. Suddenly, the black-haired girl interrupted angrily. Brother, did you cut off another girl's clothes again? You already have so many sisters-in-law at home, yet you still do such a thing. It's fine if you do such a thing, but you clearly found me 3 years ago, yet you still use my matter as a cover to pick up girls. How do you expect me to face everyone? The sister of a clothes-shredding playboy? That's so unpleasant to hear. Do you still want me to get married? Playboy? Many sisters-in-law? Expert at picking up girls? My eyebrows twitched with every word I heard. As the elder of the FFF group, I knew what to do. Little girl, I'm discussing business with your brother. Can you wait outside for a moment? Right, remember to close the door when you go out. As if she knew that I was a big shot, the girl nodded readily. Oh, brother, I'll wait for you outside. What a good little sister, so obedient, compared to that completely lawless little brother of mine and the bunch of naughty brats at home. My tears were about to fall. When I thought about how I had been single for more than 300 years, and how the other party had a harem in his 20s and was still looking for new prey, my tears really started to fall. My fingers are on fire. Damned winner in life, harem man. Taste my personality modification. Earth-shattering fist. Ah, Your Highness, listen to my explanation. It's definitely not what you think. Explanation? I would listen. After the beating, finally after a delightful beating, I stopped, intending to listen to what he had to say. Pooey, wanting to eat in the pot after eating in the bowl, scum. Wah, it's not like that. I didn't want to either, I really didn't want to. As if my disdain had touched a certain sensitive nerve in him, he actually started to cry. That manly young man was actually crying like a pitiful child, as if I could hear the truth in his painful sobs. I temporarily put aside my intention to kick him when he was down. I didn't want to either. It's just that I've done it too many times in the past, and it's become a habit. When I see a woman who fits the description, I instinctively make my move. Besides, I only looked at the position of their birthmarks. Why do I have to take responsibility? Can I take responsibility? Harem? Have you ever seen a harem beauty with the body of a hippopotamus and the face of a monkey? The ones that I have to take responsibility for are all like that. If there were a few that were good-looking that took a liking to me, they would be chased away. What an extravagant worry. Are you showing off in front of an old bachelor virgin? No, Your Highness, you don't know this. As soon as I turn around, they start fighting openly and covertly. It's a complete mess, and they use all sorts of underhanded methods. Last month, I was implicated in food poisoning 5 times. There's a bunch of poisonous needles in my shoes and glue in my clothes. I can't take it anymore. Women are too scary. Now, I tremble at the sight of women. I can't take care of them when I think of them. As he said that, he actually started to tremble mysteriously. His teeth kept chattering as if he was having an epileptic fit. Judging from the sudden drop in his body temperature and his pale complexion, what he said was actually true. Female phobia. A harem man that suffers from female phobia? That's an old setting from that manga. All right, looking at Albert, who was already foaming at the mouth on the ground, I finally felt some sympathy for him. Two of you, help me call a priest over. However, the moment the door opened, a group of familiar faces walked in. Boss, Big Brother Beifong, told us to come over to help. The familiar faces from the Gentleman Alliance entered through the door behind us. No gold tooth, Cassio. Wait a moment, Shuedi, why are you here? Can't you just leave everything to us? You're the highest priest, after all. Lilith is here. The question in my eyes was answered. I immediately understood. Following the announcement of the undead as a blood tribe, Lilith could naturally move around in Donglan. Furthermore, since she was an expert in internal affairs, she started to take charge of the work. This foolish cow would indeed become more free, and it was normal for him to wander around aimlessly. That Beifong brat sure is thoughtful. Where is he? He didn't come? No, he's here. Eno nodded his head, but his smile was extremely perverted. His fingers even made a gesture that all men would understand. He saw a gigantic lion head and left first. He told us to report to you first. In an instant, I understood. But then I realized something was wrong. It was here. A gigantic lion head? Gui Ming? F***CK. That brat is courting death. At the same time, a deafening roar came from outside the window. Inconceivable. There's actually such a twisted soul in this world. To think that he dared to lay his hands on me. Eat my soul correction kick. All right, isn't the one who flew into the clouds the vice leader of a certain Gentleman Alliance? From a certain standpoint, he really is invincible. That lion head is more than 2,000 years old. Even I don't dare to provoke it. Ah, it's Big Brother. In the room, other than Cassio's panicked voice, everyone else had a calm expression. Don't worry. Good people don't live long, but calamities live for 1,000 years. If it's Beifong, it wouldn't be difficult for him to live for tens of thousands of years. The moment he said that, everyone in the room nodded their heads. I feel that even if the world were to be destroyed, he would still be fine. And the man's unique, deep voice that descended from the sky couldn't help but prove the authenticity of these words. I almost died. Don't be shy, let's chat more. My sharp sword is invincible. As he said those cool words, the sword aura that couldn't be captured by the naked, I turned into a cold gust of wind. Dang! When the handsome swordsman stood with a cold expression and sheathed his sword, the sound of cloth tearing could be heard from behind me. Ah, there's a pervert. At this moment, that noble daughter discovered that her clothes were all torn. Albert glanced at her, laughed coldly, and continued forward by himself. Another boring thing to kill. Immediately, that girl cried until she was in a daze, and her guards didn't even have time to take action. Another tall figure appeared next to the young lady, and a large cloak dropped down. We're currently chasing after the villain, who tore clothes. I don't know where he escaped to. From a certain standpoint, the heavily armored Grimm did indeed seem quite dignified. The only reason he was asked to appear and be the good guy was because he was also a human, so he wouldn't attract too much attention. This kind of progress is too slow. On the rooftop, I was somewhat dissatisfied with the progress. I had only verified around 40 people in the morning. How long would it take to finish all of them? This is already quite fast. Fortunately, the Lamp of Life's reaction helped us narrow down our targets. We only need to investigate outsiders who came to the Northlands in the past 3 or 4 months. Otherwise, who knows how long it'll take. The Lamp of Life's function was limited. The fact that it had discovered a reaction 3 months ago could only mean that Princess Galena had returned to the Northlands at that time. As for the specific location, if he could point out the specific location, what privacy would a member of the royal family have? He was even confused about the specific location. If he could be so nimble, Kelly would have found me long ago. At most, he was just a piece of evidence to prove whether or not that member of the royal family was real, and whether or not she was still alive. Your Highness, why don't we do another unclothed city? It's winter here. People will freeze to death. Not to mention, how are we supposed to clean up after this? I looked at Albert, who was drawing his sword in the distance, and couldn't help but feel helpless. Why was this female-phobic person so skilled at stripping clothes? It's been hard on him. He clearly has female phobia. Buffed. Right after I said that, I heard laughter all around me, as if I had said something wrong. Could it be that his female phobia is also a lie? This brat's acting skills are really that good? No, it's not acting skills. It's just that, look at the change in his expression after he slashed clothes. I looked over. When Albert sheathed his sword, even though he had said that he had slashed something senseless, there was a hint of a smile on his face. His expression was filled with delight, as if he was enjoying it. He's enjoying it? Yes, he's indeed afraid of women to death. As long as a woman touches him, she'll scream. But it's precisely because of this that he especially enjoys women's screams. The reason why he can't stop acting as the clothes-shredding sword demon is because it's his greatest pleasure. Sigh, how did such a good young man become like this? What a pity for his sword techniques. That's not it. Lord Adam said that his normal sword techniques are only average. However, the moment he slashed clothes, he was already at the doorstep of becoming a sword saint. I was surprised to hear this. Sword saints were incredibly rare. They usually required both talent and a long period of training. Sword saints definitely had the power to challenge those at a higher power level than themselves. After taking a closer look, I realized that something was wrong. When he slashes his sword, 100 swords return. Normally, he doesn't have any killing intent, but when he unsheaths his sword energy surges and kills without leaving a trace. How is this close to becoming a sword saint? He's obviously already a sword saint. He's actually a sword saint. No, he can only reach this realm when his target is a woman and he slashes clothes. That's why Lord Adam said that he's close to becoming a sword saint. As expected, there are no normal people in the Gentleman Alliance. Are the other two swordsmen the same? Swordsmen? That's what they call themselves. Everyone calls them the Three Despicable Swordsmen. I shook my head helplessly, but right at that moment, a voice rang out from behind me. We found the Princess Nanny from back then. We have new information. Chapter 173. Roland Sacred Sword. As the weight on this sword of the king increases, it is evolving into a true god equipment. When it awakens, you will obtain the first true god equipment. Nation Armament Special Effect. As long as the country exists, the sword will not be destroyed. When the country is destroyed, the sword will perish by itself. You can use it to clash with any weapon without worry. Even ALS Death Scythe will not be able to leave a mark on the sword. System Notice. Facing the current difficult situation and its increasingly indecent owner, this sacred sword is crying. It has already cried. How many times have I said it? It is a sacred sword, not a barbecue rack. Try using the sword's indestructible property to roast sweet potatoes. Also, when cooking, it is better to use a professional kitchen knife. Don't you know how to respect the king's divine weapon? No matter what, it is an antique left behind by your grandfather's generation. The revival of Mist, this epic quest to descend upon the Roland sacred sword, had always been on my shoulders. However, ever since I entered the Northern Lands, this sacred sword had entered a strange hibernation period. All of its luxurious and extravagant characteristics had disappeared, and the only thing that remained was that strange nation armament special effect. From the system's description, it seemed that this holy sword was currently accumulating power and was about to become a true god armament. Perhaps after I completed this revival of Mist Quest, this sacred sword would be reborn as a true god equipment. Well, as for the roasted sweet potatoes that the system criticized, it was just making the best use of it. This indestructible property made it so that it didn't even need to be maintained. The sword wouldn't even be stained with dust. It was only normal for such a good, all-purpose tool to have additional functions. Yep, it was normal. I definitely respected it. At the very least, I hadn't used it as a clothesline yet. System notice. You clearly used it, but the clothes were cut open when you hung them on the clothesline. You can't use it to dry. All right, let's ignore this increasingly annoying system and return to the main topic. God equipment. I have never used a God equipment before, so I don't know how powerful it is. There seemed to be something wrong, but what I said was the truth. Divine equipment, as the name suggests, are the weapons of the gods. They usually contain divine souls and divine power, so it is inevitable that they are rare and precious. The pseudo-divine equipment that I have come into contact with in the past only have the title of divine equipment, but they are still a distance away from true divine equipment. For example, the God equipment Primordial Codex. It was only after I ascended to godhood that I truly advanced into a God equipment under the power of the God of Law. It still requires the accumulation of time and the infusion of the God power of a true God to complete its evolution. However, it is a pity that I no longer have the chance to wield it. As for the other treasure that only has the name of a God equipment in it, Eternal Night Scepter, everyone should know what it is. From this aspect, I was quite envious of Heloise. She had personally come into contact with some God equipment and understood just how powerful true God equipment were. I had also once asked her how far away my items were from becoming true God equipment. Those below true God are all demigods, but you know how big the gap between demigods is. Those below God equipment that contain a portion of divine power are all semi-God equipment. However, those messy combinations of abilities aren't any different from epic or legendary tier equipment, just that they are superior in terms of quantity. On the other hand, true God equipment is a complete qualitative change. Perhaps they don't have as many abilities as semi-God equipment, and some of them don't even have any offensive capabilities, but they definitely contain some unique abilities. In that realm, they are undeniably the kings. After coming into contact with the bottle of the ancient sea god, I faintly understood the uniqueness of true God equipment. It only possesses the unremarkable ability of returning water to its original state. Even if the God equipment itself is already in tatters, even when facing the divine power forbidden spell of a true god, it is still able to display its own strength. The fire god's God equipment is definitely related to fire, and the war god's God equipment is definitely a weapon of war. I don't need to say any more nonsense like that. These days, I have been thinking about what this Roland sacred sword will evolve into. From my understanding of the system, due to the limitations of fate and karma, what it gives me is never a creation from nothing to something. On the contrary, most of the time, it's the result of going with the flow. Its greatest use is to save on complicated processes, using already reverse karma to reverse even greater karma, rather than creating miracles without a beginning or an end. And its rewards are usually related to the influence and karma involved in the mission. For example, that epic rank mission, I was awarded points based on the influence I had on history. Previously, when I defeated the 9-headed dragon and completed the epic rank mission, I was awarded something from the 9-headed dragon. Thus, I deduced that since the mission given to me is to revive the Mist Kingdom, and the reward is this Roland sacred sword's transformation into a god equipment, and considering that this sacred sword is the symbol of the Mist Kingdom's authority, the final strength of this god sword will probably depend on the quality of the revival of the Mist mission. The higher the quality of the mission, the stronger the new Mist Kingdom will be, and the final Roland sacred sword will be even stronger. And as many things develop, I am constantly adjusting my plans. With our hard work, a future Mist Kingdom is gradually taking shape. Perhaps he was still very young right now, but he was constantly growing in the midst of war. Perhaps he was still very weak right now, and was in danger of being overturned. When he truly matured, the king of winter wolves that rose up in the north would definitely shock the entire world. Just like how I would definitely regret it if I only completed the basic requirements of the epic ranked mission. I have no intention of stopping after completing the basic requirements of the mission. The power of a single country is destined to be limited. Perhaps an alliance with a common goal will be more suitable to fulfill my long-cherished wish. The Donglan Alliance is the name that I came up with in my heart. It will have Donglan as its core, and it will include the Loire Kingdom, Cheryl Autonomous Region, the barbarian tribes, and other factions. It will have the God of Law as its national religion, and non-war as its basic principle. It will be guided by the principle of overcoming difficulties together and defending against powerful enemies together. In the difficult holy war, it will gradually form a loose yet tight alliance. This alliance perhaps will become the cornerstone for me to turn everything around. In the past, I thought that I could deal with everything by myself, and that friends and companions would only make me weak and reveal flaws. But the numerous failures gave me a heavy blow to my head. Strength is meaningless in the face of the tides of history, so this time I have trustworthy companions and friends by my side. Their strengths and wisdom will make up for my flaws. Of course, I can't do without my allies in the sky. In the past, I thought that war would be able to eliminate war, but the endless deaths and screams gave me a heavy blow to my head. War without mercy, justice, and restrictions will only bring about death and destruction. Warriors without conviction will eventually become butchers. That's why this time, I intend to use the God of Law's complicated teachings to restrict our actions. Although this seems inflexible and passive, it's the only way to obtain more support. It's also a shackle that will stop me from falling into endless madness. In the past, I thought that the politics of terror and dictatorship were the sharpest swords, but the truth proved that this was only a shortcut to insanity. Allies who fight for a common goal will give you unexpected assistance, while subordinates who follow the book will only think of ways to replace your position. That's why this time I don't intend to create a dictatorship at all. A loose alliance will be enough. I'll have the young rulers lead their countries as the vanguard, advancing bravely under the same banner. I'll be silently plotting, taking actions, and doing the dirty work behind the scenes. Love and justice? Of course not. Who do you think you're fooling with such things in this day and age? It's just logical thinking and reasoning. Beliefs, goals, and common goals may seem empty, but they're actually quite necessary. The more power we gather, the higher the chance of reversing misfortune will be. That's why I chose to do this. Reality also proved my choice. The Gentleman Alliance, the underground factions, the Church of Law, the Donglan Principality, and so on. Although they were indeed related to me in my previous life, strictly speaking, they didn't have any foundational relationship with me or were subordinates to me. Yet, not only did they still listen to my commands, they were still able to work together even without me around, supporting and helping each other, forming a powerful force that couldn't be underestimated. In order to deal with the future, my expectations for allies and assistance are limitless. Even if it's just the goal of helping each other out, it's still acceptable even if they have their own plans. And now it was obvious that this epic quest recognized the new Mist Alliance that I had created. The Roland Sacred Sword's awakening from its hibernation doubtlessly meant that it had received sufficient nourishment, and the new Mist Kingdom was gradually growing. And this time, the system suddenly gave me a quest to find someone, which caused the Roland Sacred Sword's awakening in advance. It was likely that I would have to use this sword. Or, in other words, there was already a crisis that I couldn't overcome without using the sacred sword. This was doubtlessly bad news, but the information that I received next caused me to sink into confusion. I faintly felt that I had been scammed by the damned system again. Galena Casso disappeared many years ago. It said that the last place she disappeared was near the entrance to the underground. She's within your reach. The system's notification rang in my ears. But I suddenly thought of a certain person, and that person just so happened to meet the requirements to return to the Northlands in about 3 months. Grim, take off your armor. Immediately. Damn it, you actually dare to run. Catch him. No one expected that the Holy War would involve the gods sooner or later. But the first God War of the Holy War would come so quickly and so fiercely. Furthermore, it was actually a civil war between the elven gods, who were supposed to be neutral. A black, magical mist spread out. Before the Spider Queen's divine power protection dissipated, sunlight would be unable to pose any threat to the dark elves. And at this moment, under the protection of the guardian god, the elven forest, under the cover of darkness, had become a chaotic battlefield. Elves and dark elves were fighting and killing each other everywhere. Impossible. How did they get past the border guards? Isn't the underground tunnel being guarded? They didn't come from the underground tunnel. They came from the royal mausoleum. There must be a new tunnel there. How could the kingdom of the elves not be on guard against their mortal enemies? It was common practice for every country to have a fortress at the entrance to the underground world. But this time, the dark elves came too suddenly. The underground tunnel under the tassel kingdom of the elves' royal mausoleum wasn't natural. It was the final secret escape route for the royal family. It was an escape route that was artificially constructed and connected to the main underground tunnel. From a certain standpoint, Anne and Anya were indeed the children of fortune. When they got lost, they just so happened to arrive at the critical crossroads. They were even fortunate enough to meet Swana, who was hiding here to escape. That was how they coincidentally learned about this shortcut to the tassel kingdom of the elves. When Anne and her army learned about this tunnel, they didn't think too much about it. They were just happy that there was a shortcut to take. But when her army stationed themselves nearby, this secret was naturally leaked to Rose through a certain channel, which led to the sudden ambush without any warning. Perhaps the elves were fated to face such a calamity. From a certain standpoint, if it wasn't for certain people forcing Swana to her death, the Banshee naturally wouldn't have met the underground autarchs, and Rose naturally wouldn't have found out about the secret tunnel. There wouldn't have been such a sudden ambush. Perhaps this was fate. The guards of the royal mausoleum had never encountered a challenge before. The yawning guards were still complaining about why it wasn't time to change shifts yet, but they didn't expect that the shadow behind them had already warped and a fatal green dagger was already stabbing towards their back. Before the alarm could even sound, all the guards of the royal mausoleum were killed by the Dark Elves' elite scouts in just a few short minutes. When the majority of the Dark Elves rushed out of the underground tunnel, they didn't expect that the elves' defense would be so lax and that the path before them would be so smooth. Of course, the Dark Elves didn't know the meaning of courtesy. After a short moment of shock, they naturally took advantage of the advantage of intelligence and the initiative to launch the cruelest ambush. The Dark Elves used the highly mobile lizard cavalry as the main force of the charge. These high-level troops might not be strong in a head-on battle, but they were extremely good at chaotic battles. When you were defending against the knight's poisonous crossbow and lance, the gray lizard's bite and claws were even more deadly. On a small-scale battlefield, the lizard cavalry was simply the nightmare of the elves who lacked strong melee combat. Even when facing powerful mages, they could use their super jumping ability and agility to easily leap over the summoned creatures that served as cannon fodder and directly tear the mages into pieces. And when these cold-blooded knight and evil beasts suddenly rushed out of the night, the unprepared elves suffered huge losses. Many villages and towns directly fell, and the cold-blooded cavalrymen who were satisfied with their bloodlust didn't even have time to offer their sacrifices to the Spider Queen. The anxious priest Rose pointed the Hydra whip at the next town. Due to the ambush, more than 90% of the second-line patrol squads were lost in the first wave of battle. Only 1 out of 100 could return alive like Tasia, which made the other elves suspect that she had already become a traitor. Just like the elven army that galloped freely in the Sluer kingdom. When the Dark Elf army spread out in all directions in the kingdom of the elves, the Tassel Kingdom, which had been left with a lack of manpower, fell into a passive and disadvantageous position. If it was a normal war, perhaps the Tassel Kingdom wouldn't even be able to wait for their main force to return. But this time it was the prelude to the Holy War, and both sides involved the interests of the true gods. Although the ban of the gods not interfering in the mortal world's war between races had not become a waste paper, there were definitely many who stepped on the red line and played the edgeball. Awaken, my children. When the low chant of nature's wrath was released along with the roar of High Priest Prescott, when 1,000-year-old and 10,000-year-old ancient trees transformed into ancient tree warriors that reached the clouds, the situation of the battle began to tilt once again. Forest guardian god Clairlatin, do you think that by using the cover of a semi-god's descendant to play divine power descend, I won't be able to recognize your divine power that reeks of rotten wood? Since you didn't follow the rules first, don't blame me. Descend, my children. Tear apart these rotten wooden limbs and bring back the head of that divine descendant priest. Just when the elven warriors were excited about the sudden reinforcements of the ancient tree, the scream of the Spider Queen made them despair. That furious roar was still echoing on the battlefield when the door to the lower plane suddenly opened, and when dozens of gigantic black spiders that were more than 10 meters long crawled out from the door, when their iron, pillar-like limbs easily tore apart the trunks of the ancient trees, even the strongest elven warriors couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. And while the mortal elven warriors were fighting each other, the powerful existences of divine power also began to compete with each other. To the entire elven race, this was a war that was destined to have no victor. Perhaps in this holy war, the first true god to fall would be born. Chapter 174. From the very start, my search was destined to be fruitless. That is because I misjudged the appearance of my target from the very start. Galena Casso, a descendant of the Mist, the future queen of Sluir. She is 15 years old this year, but if one were to look at her appearance, she is far from her actual age. She is about 4 meters tall. Her short blonde hair is combed neatly into a doll's hairstyle. Her slender limbs aren't suitable for wielding swords. If one were to see her true appearance for the first time, one would think that she is only around 10 years old. The reason for the huge difference between her true age and her physical age? The faint yellow demonic pupils beneath her right eye patch are the answer. 13 years ago, when she was being hunted to death, her demonic bloodline awakened. Although it saved her, she has since become inhuman. The most direct manifestation of this is that her growth speed has slowed down. Completely different from Falmel, who is unable to resist the summoning of his bloodline, Galena, who has lived in the underground world, has seen many fallen demonic descendants. How could she not know that there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world? The price to pay for using demonic powers is usually her own soul. After an accident that was destined to be engraved in her life, she made up her mind to seal her demonic powers. Magic Seal Armor Grim, number 1. That is the name of the armor-type magic machinery. The armor that Grim never takes off isn't the tattered heavy armor that it looks like on the surface. Instead, it is an extremely exquisite armor-shaped mechanical armor. The real Galena has always been operating her mechanical body within this armor. This armor isn't just a weapon. On the contrary, it is equipped with all kinds of magic restraints and chains that lock her down tightly, not to mention allowing her demonic powers to leak out. Even moving her physical body is difficult for her. She uses both physical and magical restraints to seal herself, completely sealing her demonic powers. Furthermore, since she has already decided to seal her abilities from the very core, as a master engineer, Galena gave up on her close combat style of fighting and chose to use explosives, gunpowder, and dwarven firearms as the main source of her fighting style. However, this is also the reason why there is the super explosive Demon Grim that strikes fear in the hearts of others. Apart from living in an environment where the flames of war were incessant, her abnormal vigilance was mostly due to her uncle's assassins and spies. To this day, she still couldn't accept that the person she trusted the most was actually an assassin who tried to kill her. And after she grew up, the demon's power made her more inclined towards self-exile. When facing the outside world, the young girl used her own method to erect a mental barrier. She placed her young and tender body in a rotten metal container, using small windows and sensors to replace her eyes and ears, and using cold metal plates to replace the temperature of human skin. Perhaps she was still alive, but her soul had been exiled. As long as I don't touch you, I won't get hurt. As long as I don't trust you, I won't be betrayed. I've had enough. I don't mean to comment on other people's lifestyles, but this girl with an eye patch was clearly very tired. At this moment, looking at the expressionless and silent girl who was tied up tightly, I didn't know how to deal with her. You must have your own plans for coming back here with me. Don't you want to say anything? You knew we were looking for you. So why didn't you come out? It's not Galena. I'm Grim, not Galena. While saying this, the young girl's single eye had a resolute expression. She truly believed this to be the case. Are you really that resistant to your royal status? Do you think that they'll treat you differently because of your royal status? They're already treating me differently. When I turned around, I saw that the gentlemen behind me were all staring at me with their eyes popping out. The fact that Grim was a girl was probably the most shocking to these gentlemen who were always together with him. Impossible. How could Grim possibly be a little girl? Yesterday, we even discussed male topics together. He's the leader of the blonde beauty faction. How could he possibly be a washboard loli? Yeah, it's fine even if we take a bath together. By the way, has no one ever stopped him from wearing armor in the past? Everyone's probably used to it by now. Isn't there a saying that armor is the real thing? The moment she said this, the uniform nodding of their heads made me even more speechless. Although I had always thought that, at least I shouldn't say it in front of them. Yeah, the last time I saw him wearing an oversized teddy bear pajamas on top of his armor, it felt very normal. Yeah, the last time I saw him holding a wine barrel and pouring wine down his throat. All right. In the face of the gentleman's sudden astonishment, Galena smiled gleefully. Ahaha, I'm a combat expert, a master of disguise, trained as an assassin and anti-assassin. I'm proficient in the study of men's psychology and can use 16 different languages to chat with people about dirty jokes. My Grim #1 is flawless. Not only can I imitate a normal person's eating and drinking, it even comes with its own water circulation function. I can hide in it for a year without needing to come out. As for those that I shouldn't see, do you think that I want to see a bunch of gays and idiots showing off their muscles? When facing those blind things, I've already turned off my sensors. This cold-faced loli's laughter really made one speechless. She was really proud of her ability to hide her identity. As expected, there was a problem with the Mist bloodline. Just what kind of people were all these? But obviously, this wasn't the time to waste with her, so I directly laid my cards on the table. Galena, all right, I know that you're dissatisfied with this title, but Grim it is, Grim it is. You should know the current situation. I need your help. Your uncle should be your enemy. Since he's dead, it can be considered as me avenging you. Now that I'm asking you to help stabilize the situation, it should be fine, right? No. Why not? There must be a reason. That fellow has nothing to do with me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have returned. Galena had no intention of avenging her family. She left home at the age of 2, and after experiencing multiple betrayals and the impact of her awakening as a demon, the current her didn't even have any impression of her hometown, nor did she have any memories of her parents. In Galena's memories, the deepest impression of her hometown was probably the cold glint of an assassin's dagger. When a person has no memories of their hometown, and all that was left was negative, she indeed didn't have any desire to return. Her only relative was probably the old city, Lord of Black Iron City, who raised her as a son. After experiencing war, slaughter, and betrayal, she had even less desire for power. However, even though Galena seemed to have no desire for anything, it wasn't a problem for me. Galena might be difficult to deal with, but the Grim that I was familiar with wasn't difficult to deal with. Cough! I have the newest explosive formula here. I swindled it from the Ottoman Empire. Are you interested? They are really skilled in alchemy and engineering. This formula is completely out of the ordinary. He actually considered using high pressure to replace high temperature. This explosive formula is too difficult. Are there any experts who can help me research it? Galena's ears twitched and her mouth trembled. She seemed to be tempted. But when she thought about the troubles that would come from agreeing, she fell silent once more. Perhaps this grim mecha of yours isn't bad, but it's technology from several years ago. Don't you want the engineers to help you upgrade and evolve it? Such a tattered armor is too ugly. Even if a girl's clothes can't be made beautiful, they should at least be clean. Not mentioning anything else, Sulphur Mountain City and Black Iron City have already become staunch allies. Your adopted father even has a seat in the Alliance Parliament. We've treated you quite well, haven't we? Finally, a hint of wavering appeared in her single eye. Every day, you only need to appear for half a day and put on an act. You can do whatever you want during the rest of the time. If you agree, you'll have priority to use all new equipment in the future. I can also give you the new explosive formula that Olivia researched last time, including the Roland series of Titan robots and Tim Ladd's new toys. I immediately nodded, but I was overjoyed in my heart. I wasn't afraid of her asking for anything. I was afraid that she wouldn't ask for anything. I wasn't afraid of her asking for too much. I was afraid that she wouldn't say anything. Since she said something, I was naturally tempted. Sure, if you're willing, you can become a test pilot at any time. Since you're able to control this small mecha like it's a living person, I believe that there shouldn't be too many people who can compare to your piloting skills. No one can surpass me in this area. I'm an expert. Her dark green eyes were filled with confidence. Based on her countless experiences, Galena never believed that anyone's piloting skills were better than hers. Deal. When the two hands, one big and one small, shook hands, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations for finding the last descendant of the mist. The sacred sword Roland has completed its first stage of evolution. Please continue working hard to make it stronger. System notification. Do you dare to tell Elisa that you've always dragged Grim to bathe with you? Hearing this, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. As one of the few normal people in the Gentleman Alliance whom I could communicate with, and in consideration of my professor's junior, I had indeed always dragged Grim to do work and chatted with him. Seeing that he was trustworthy and strong, I would always have him help me scrub my back. If this were to spread, I would be in serious trouble. From a certain standpoint, we're related by blood. Are you willing to become my adopted daughter? Relax. It won't involve your father. It's only a name. It's a political necessity. All right, I lied. While there was indeed a political necessity, it was more of a personal goal. It shouldn't be a problem for my adopted father and young adopted daughter to bathe together. As long as you give me an allowance regularly, it's fine. All right, judging from my glowing left eye. This wasn't a small amount, but it was worth it. Deal. In the plaza, the young princess put on a purple and gold crown. The new queen of the Slewer Kingdom was born. The moment she received the golden scepter of the king, her first words were destined to shock the entire world. I, Galena the First, in the name of the queen of the Slewer Kingdom, declare that the Slewer Kingdom will treat the Donlon Principality as a brotherly country and build the homeland of the Mist together. The God of Law will be the national religion. From now on, the Slewer Kingdom will abide by the vow of no war and will not initiate any war, but the newly crowned queen raised the golden scepter and slammed it into the ground. Her childish voice was filled with thunderous rage as she declared, "Our land is being ravaged by the flames of war, and our people are being massacred. The current situation isn't up to us to make a choice. If we don't want our country to be destroyed, we have no choice but to fight." At this point, Galena paused for a moment as a sad expression flashed across her beautiful face. The people of the Mist have never surrendered in the 2,000 years of history. However, my uncle, Famulcaso, for the sake of his own safety and power, he actually did such evil and shameful things. It's truly heartbreaking. However, I've already investigated and found out that the reason why he became so corrupted was all because of the demon scheme. The chaos evil gods and great demons corrupted his originally noble and firm will. causing the originally valiant prince to become an unpardonable villain. The citizens in the plaza were in heated discussion. The news of Fuml revealing his demonic form had already spread throughout the entirety of Antun. More and more of his crimes were being exposed to the light of day. This was also the reason why I was able to rise to power so quickly. All of this was a demon's scheme. We, the people of the Mist, have never surrendered to invaders before, and we will never do so in the future. In the name of Queen Sluer, I declare that Fuml's surrender order is invalid. We are still in a state of war. We are grateful for the support from our neighboring countries, but we are the main force in resisting the invasion. We must chase the invaders out of our homeland. This declaration seemed ordinary, but it was actually very important. Due to Fuml's surrender announcement, it was equivalent to the invaders becoming the masters and the reinforcements becoming the invaders. If this relationship wasn't reversed, the political upheaval would cause a series of crises. We, the people of the Mist, have never liked war, but we have never feared war either. Since they have chosen to attack us, we may be at a disadvantage now. But just like it has been for thousands of years, the final victor will still be us. Galena paused for a moment, raised her scepter, and made the declaration that had been repeated countless times. The Mists will never surrender. The Mists' war flag will never fall. The citizens below raised their fists once more. When the descendants of the Mist waved that familiar war flag once more, their suppressed passion was finally ignited. The people of the Mist will never be slaves. We haven't lost yet. Our country hasn't perished yet. As long as that flag hasn't fallen, we will rise again. At this moment, I stood silently on the platform. When Galena raised her golden scepter, I also raised my Roland's sacred sword. At this moment, it was quietly flashing with silver light. Woo! Under the accompaniment of the horn that represented our counterattack, the ancient sacred sword that seemed to have walked out of an epic story turned into a pillar of light that pierced through the clouds in my palm. Under its might, the dark clouds in the sky were directly torn apart, revealing the truth hidden within. Floating Space City and Floating Space Fleet were gliding through the clouds, but the most eye-catching thing was the huge drifting storm element. At this moment, the owner of the storm element had finally fulfilled his promise, leading his people to attack his mortal enemy. Night, our reinforcements have finally arrived. It is time to reclaim our territory. Open the door and charge with me. The queen, who leaped onto the Ice Lion King, immediately began to advance. Behind her was the night squadron that had been prepared for a long time. Countless war flags were raised, and sharp spears and halberds were emitting a lethal cold light. Today was the inauguration ceremony for Galena I, and at the same time it was Sluir's declaration of war. Finally, it is time to reclaim everything. Chapter 175. Every holy war was a great reshuffle between the forces of various races. This reshuffle was not limited to the mortal world, but also involved the true gods. No one could live forever. This did not only refer to humans, but also powerful existences like the true gods. They had their own mortal enemies and difficulties that they could not overcome. They were also destined to fall one day. This was because when they fell, the number of lives that they would drag down to accompany them in death would be a little too much. When the flames of the Holy War were ignited, the original order was on the brink of collapse. The grudges that had been suppressed for a long time finally erupted. Those who wished to take the next step forward cursed and swore vengeance. When these venerated existences began to use their own power, chaos would naturally never end. The wind elemental, God Camdron, was one of them. He was very troubled. Although the original 4 ancient elemental gods were not chaos main gods, as the direct subordinates of the chaos goddess, they were not far from the position of main god. Your mission is to cooperate with the black-winged race to create chaos. Do you understand? Now that he had finally returned from the seal, everything remained the same, but the people had changed. Those juniors who were originally not worth mentioning were now above him. No matter how he looked at it, the prideful Kamdrin felt very uncomfortable. As the most ambitious existence among the 4 elemental gods, he was very dissatisfied with his current situation. Damn it, Baldwin. A little half-goat guardian god dares to be so rude. I, Kamdrin, am the highest existence. What right do you juniors have to criticize me? Even though the seal had been removed, the status of the elemental gods was still very embarrassing. As the direct subordinates of the chaos goddess, they should be main god-level existences. However, not to mention main gods, even the guardian god of a weak race did not take them seriously. Unlike the other elemental gods, who only allied themselves with the natives, the powerful Kamdian was able to make the winged tribe, who had lost their ability to fly, completely submit to him with just a little trick. He had his own ambitions as he controlled the ancient floating battleships and floating cities, and as he gradually discovered his own awkward position, he began to form his own ideas about the situation. They actually want someone as noble as me to become a bandit leader? If I really do that, won't I offend all the countries along the way sooner or later? When the war escalates, I'll become cannon fodder in this holy war. The strange hooded visitor's visit also gave him an opportunity, but he was cautious and continued to wait and see. However, Rose's message made him finally make up his mind. I've already obtained the guarantee of Ale and Wumians. Perhaps a new god system will be born in the north. That's all I have to say. Do as you see fit, but no matter what, the elves of the northern lands are mine. You're not allowed to touch them. This twisted and chaotic message allowed the wind elemental god to understand the conflicted emotions of this similarly ancient and frustrated veteran god. And so he finally made up his mind. Even if I fail, I'll just seal myself and sleep. It won't be any worse than it is now. But if I succeed, not only will I be able to take revenge on that disgusting piece of earth, but I'll also be able to obtain a territory for the winged tribe. In that case, I'll be able to become a guardian god, gather enough faith and divine concepts to become a true god. I'll take this gamble. Along with the Thunder Elemental Lord's rage, the ancient elemental war began once again in the modern world. The Earth Elementals, who were in the process of constructing a dimensional bridge, met their old enemy. Lightning and whirlwinds descended from the sky, intending to tear apart this land. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the first to open fire was the wind elemental vassal, the winged tribe. The cannons of the black airships ignited everything in front of them. The floating city that descended from the sky was the sturdiest mobile fortress. As he descended, countless black-winged angels flew out from within the floating city. As the cloud ship descended, they howled and obeyed their instincts to hunt, cheering as they launched surprise attacks. As they descended, they tossed out their battle spears imbued with the power of lightning, transforming them into streaks of fatal lightning. The Storm Tribe's first wave of attacks didn't achieve much. The Earth Elemental Army, which had tough skin and flesh, crawled out from the cracks in the ground. They raised their giant stone warhammers and prepared for battle. As the elemental warriors from both sides exchanged fire, the battlefield descended into complete chaos. Countless earth and wind elementals began melee combat. Tall stone giants fought against the storm giants formed from whirlwinds, while gigantic children of the earth raised rocks and threw them at the children of the sky. Lightning that didn't have any dark clouds to accompany it tore through the sky again and again. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, causing a temporary vacuum to appear on the battlefield. Ah, I curse you. I curse you, Rose. I curse you that you'll die one day. I curse you to be betrayed and killed by your own children. Just as the battle was going on like a raging fire, a pitiful scream echoed in the hearts of all living creatures. Everyone instinctively looked towards the northern horizon, where a gigantic flaming meteor was slowly crashing down. A god is dead. A true god is dead. All living creatures instinctively knew that a god had died. However, in the northern elven kingdom, the elven warriors who were still fighting had expressions of astonishment as they watched the tragedy unfold before them. They couldn't believe that the forest guardian god Clairledin they worshipped would actually lose to the evil god Rose. Currently, the most intense part of the battlefield was scorched earth. That place had just experienced a destructive battle that no mortal could withstand. There was a gigantic black spider that would cause anyone to have nightmares there. She was currently eating with her children, and their food was a 7-colored semi-god that was half human, half deer. However, judging from the withered tree phantom that was absorbed, Clairledin's true body had also descended together with the semi-god. Forest guardian god Clairledin had become the first true god to die in this holy war. Meanwhile, Rose had also used her combat achievements to prove her loyalty to certain existences. Cuckoo. One of the most muscular spiders absorbed enough nutrients and transformed into a black shadow that covered the sky as it cackled strangely. It then transformed into human form. It was a male dark elf. Heavens! He absorbed the divinity and divine power of the god of ancient wood. Under the elves' disbelieving gazes, the poison god Felix of the dark elves was born. The northern kingdom of the elves was about to face their fated nightmare. Although Galena and Rain were both rulers of the Northlands, in a way, Galena was the complete opposite of Rain. Renee had the self-awareness of being a descendant of the mist. She placed great importance on her duties and obligations, constantly working hard. However, due to her limited talent and aptitude, her growth would never reach her desired goals. Sometimes, working too hard and forcing herself would cause others around her to feel embarrassed and worried. The fact that Galena was already a master engineer at such a young age was enough to explain many things. This wasn't a purely combat job class's gold rank. Advancing into a civilian job class, like engineer, required even more knowledge and wisdom. This doubtlessly meant that she was quite talented in both ability and talent. Judging from Grimm's astonishing words in the past, even Renee, who wasn't skilled in tactics and strategies, was quite skilled. However, the current Galena gave me a strange feeling. Although I hadn't interacted with her for long, she wouldn't speak unless it was necessary. She would habitually curl up into a ball when she had nothing to do, making me think of certain existences that would die at the sight of light. Ah, the sunlight is so blinding. Ah, so annoying with so many people around. Ah, I'll lose my job. Let me hide inside. Just 10 minutes will be enough. You'll come out in 10 minutes. No, I'll fall asleep in 10 minutes and lock the door. No matter how much you call me, I won't come out again. Don't even think about making me work again. All right then, after hearing these words in this alternate world, I immediately suspected that she was a transmigrator as well, or some sort of useless otaku master. Even though I had memorized all of her speeches with excellent aptitude, it still took me a lot of time and effort to deal with her completely unmotivated personality. Right now, right after she finished her speech, she obviously didn't have the motivation and self-awareness of a country's queen at all. Her old habits were acting up again. I've already completed your request. Hurry up and let me go back. Right after she finished her speech and blew the war horn, Galena requested to return to her shell. Hey, that's too much. The other citizens are still looking at you. Even if they're pretending, you're still someone they trust and are loyal to. Just hold on a little longer. The main army began to move out. According to the plan, Queen Galena would be inspecting the new army in the afternoon. So how could she possibly leave at such a time? Otakus should be working under the sun. I can't hold on any longer. I've been outside for too long. Hurry up and let me return to Grimm number 1. Galena's expression seemed to be suppressing something as a suspicious redness appeared on her pale face. Is she really feeling unwell? Dying at the sight of light? Is it the blood tribe? Just what kind of people are they? While I was hesitating, she covered her right eye and squatted down. A dim yellow light was seeping out from her eye patch. I sensed that something was wrong with her, so I tore off her eye patch. The familiar dim yellow light allowed me to instantly understand everything, so I immediately put the eye patch back on. Call the priests and doctors over. Don't call the priests, go find some alchemists and pharmacists for me. Also, call Gui Ming over as well. Yep, the one who's beating up the Drakenlion head. Soon the healers arrived. Even though their final report hadn't been confirmed yet, I could faintly guess what had happened. Cavendish, you brat. You're still causing trouble for me at such a time. As I hugged that petite body, I could feel my demon blood boiling. This was obviously abnormal, so there was only one explanation. As the demon prince, Cavendish was summoning his descendants. The struggling young girl stopped me from calling the medical personnel over. She grabbed my hand and looked at me with a pleading expression. Just put me in the mecha. There's a device inside to suppress the boiling of my blood. Nonsense. Sigh. Right now, I really didn't have any other good ideas. The news that Galena was a demon definitely couldn't be leaked at this time. Left with no other choice, I opened up the interior of Clint's mecha. The small cockpit was probably just big enough to fit a small child inside. Other than the half-eaten noodle soup and biscuits, the most eye-catching thing was the various magical chains and sealing talismans on the pilot seat. The moment I placed Galena inside, the mecha's iron shell class automatic monk clanked and locked the young girl tightly. The eyes of the black mecha glowed with a steady light. Large amounts of steam spurted out from the vent on its back, and the 2-meter-tall steel giant stood up once more. Vent. Such an obvious mechanical characteristic. Why didn't anyone notice it before? I've seen it once before. I thought that it was because of indigestion, so I had to expel air from my body. How could I tell others about such a thing? No matter how I look at it, the light around its eyes is obviously unnatural. It's a red light bulb, isn't it? He's not the only one in our team with scary eyes. Who knows what bloodline he has? Since he's always seen people, it's normal for him to have some mixed blood. Sigh. It's just that he's not a blood tribe or a werewolf. In the end, I lost so much money. Oh, you bet too? I bet on a dwarf, mixed blood, and I lost all my money as well. Damn it. Just who is that GL001? He actually bet on a blonde young girl. Last night, when I was closing the bet, I lost all my money. GL001. Isn't that Grimm himself? Damn it, this brat cheated. All right, let's ignore this insignificant mystery. No matter what, it was still a good thing that Grimm had revived, probably. Grimm number 1, revive. Ah, I'm finally feeling better. Let's celebrate with a round. The revived Grimm raised his head and pulled out several dwarven muskets, taking turns shooting at the sky. The gentleman behind him began to comment. Ahaha, how can one round be enough? Let's have a few thousand rounds. The mecha on his back began to transform. Soon, a hand-operated machine gun was assembled. From a certain standpoint, Grimm's true strength had always been limited by his human identity. Asterisk da-da-da. Asterisk accompanied by the sound of the mecha. Grimm finally began dancing in a way that no one could understand. Then, after he ran out of ammunition, he began to laugh maniacally as he assembled a new weapon with spare parts. So scary, his personality has probably changed. As expected, the mecha is the real deal. The mouthless little girl, or whatever, is probably just an illusion. But unlike the others, I knew that Galena was still resisting the summoning of her bloodline. When I thought about the strong young girl who was repeatedly tossing and turning in her cockpit, I felt an indescribable pain in my heart. Did you always tie yourself up like this? While operating the mecha, you're chained up and your physical body is pierced with demon-sealing needles. This can no longer be described as hard work. It's basically torture. And I knew that this definitely wasn't a long-term solution. A human's willpower would always be limited, and the demon's whispers would never stop. If we forcefully blocked her like this, it would only be a matter of time before something went wrong. The only solution is probably that. Soon, Gui Ming, who had dared to come check on the situation, also looked towards me. It seemed that we had come to the same conclusion. Is that the only solution? The success rate isn't high, but Glina is so strong. She should be able to endure it. Just as we were hesitating about how to treat Glina, a pungent odor wafted towards us. It was a familiar and nostalgic smell. The smell of gunpowder? Foster father, what do you think of this firework of mine? This is something I assembled based on the formula you gave me. I call it a high-pressure goblin grenade. The clanging sounds of metal colliding against metal were almost over. A large goblin grenade with an external fuse was right in front of me. I felt a terrifying amount of energy flowing out from under the black metal shell, causing me to break out in a cold sweat. Damn, you're planning to kill your father so soon? Didn't I say that it was just a cover? Don't take it seriously. I thought that she was here for revenge, but when I saw her rubbing her face against the grenade shell, I knew that I was wrong. She wasn't here for revenge at all. She was obviously here to show off her latest product. You've just recovered a little, and you're already in a rush to assemble a grenade? As expected of the explosive demon grim. Asterisk gurgle. Asterisk a small black component fell to my feet. When I picked it up and looked at it, I was no longer able to maintain my calm. This seems to be a safety valve, right? That's right, Without this, it'll directly explode. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the rest didn't need to be said. After seeing Grim fly out while spinning, I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at Grim's mecha's explosion-proof capabilities. As expected, this is how Grim should be. The moment I said that, everyone around me was nodding in agreement. The mecha is the main body, and the explosion is only an accompaniment. A good man never turns around to look at an explosion. A legendary man who leaves with the sound of an explosion is just that confident. All right, then. A certain Draken sighed faintly, causing everyone to agree with him even more. However, I was rather astonished. Weren't you tangling with old man Guiming? You gave up? This isn't like you at all. Sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. I really failed this time. I give up, I admit defeat. There was actually an existence in this world that Beifong couldn't defeat? Hearing Beifong admit defeat, I wasn't the only one who was astonished. Everyone looked at him with astonished expressions. They couldn't imagine that this man would actually give up. Didn't he always say that true love was invincible? It doesn't matter if he's too strong or if there's an age difference. True love doesn't have much to do with external factors. But this was the first time I had seen Beifong with tears in his eyes. Was he so depressed after failing in a single relationship? He actually transformed into a snow girl. He actually took a human form. How is he supposed to date in a human form? This is the greatest failure and regret of my life, Beifong Heralt. I actually fell in love with a humanoid creature. My love is no longer pure. Clutching my forehead, I once again regretted wasting time on this bastard. If he would be sad because of a normal relationship, then he wouldn't be the super gentleman named Beifong whose crime was Beifong. I should have let him be the guinea pig for that goblin grenade explosion. It's not too late now. How about a gunner? We have a brave warrior who's willing to go out and scout the enemy. Chapter 176. When the flames of war in Antoon reignited, there wasn't a single place in the entire northern lands that could remain peaceful. When the bad news came and the elves rushed back to their homes, the orcs sounded the horn for the final battle. The wandering wolf riders gathered again. The orcs needed all their strength to attack the humans' last fortress, the Red Maple Defense Line. Red Maple City, the originally quiet and unheard of northern town, had become the focus of the entire continent. Through the special communication channel between the churches, the news that the Sluwir Kingdom's capital, Antoon, had once again arrived. The orcs could no longer change their target. All their chips and war resources had been placed on the Red Maple Defense Line. Even without being proficient in strategy, The orc chieftains knew that if they didn't pull out this troublesome nail and completely eliminate the humans' hope of resistance, the repeated riots and overturning of the occupied land would never stop. The wandering wolf riders were called back. One of the valiant behemoth legion had even died in battle. More than half of the mammoth war elephant legion that whipped the earth had been lost. The precious empty night kept falling like dumplings. The orcs sacrificed their flesh and blood, turning the defense line into a meat grinder. The humans weren't having a good time either. In the face of the powerful orc alliance, the lives of individuals were worthless. The difference in strength made it so that every orc that managed to climb up the wall had to sacrifice 3 times the number of human lives to exchange for it. At this time, when all the defense lines were in a state of emergency, the defending general of the West Gate, who still had the strength to support the other defense areas, was very eye-catching. Night Princess Renee, this ridiculous nickname that was originally used as a model of false propaganda, gained more and more recognition as the war progressed. But at this time, this recently famous female general was a little troubled. The reason? The Ottoman Empire that was pestering her and making a fuss about nothing was the reason. Your Highness, why does the equipment of these warriors look so familiar? It's so similar to our White Wolf Guard. No, it should be said that it's exactly the same. That's our country's special alloy. From a certain standpoint, the fact that Dasos had sent his most trusted aide, Hermit, to the Northlands was already a clear indication of how much he valued him. But now, this old acquaintance of his was truly difficult to deal with. Oh, that's the information we exchanged when we were exchanging technology. It's based on the model of your guards, and it's customized for our warriors. As for the material, it's actually completely different. It's just that it's painted in a similar color. You can take a closer look. In fact, there's still a huge difference in the details. You can go from technical information to a finished product so quickly? No, but those armors have the White Wolf emblem on them. What? Then you must have seen wrongly. This is our new Winter Wolf emblem. It's not the same thing. Look at that White Wolf's head. There are 3 extra hairs standing up. This is our Winter Wolf emblem. You can also call it the 3 hairs emblem. Big Brother Roland has always called it that. Adding 3 hairs to the original pattern is a new pattern? Can't you have some integrity? Even if there are no intellectual property copyrights in this world, and there's no way to sue you for infringement, you should at least want to save your face. If you plagiarized it, you should at least add 3 hairs to the left and right sides of the wolf's head. Hermit opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say this out loud. After he managed to muddle through all this with great difficulty, another new problem immediately appeared. That thing in the sky, could it be our floating battleship? The most eye-catching new star in the war was the floating battleship Borealis. Its existence perfectly made up for the weakness of the west side of the city, which had fewer guards, heavy artillery support, transporting the wounded, and giving the final blow at the critical moment. That behemoth that died in battle was first injured, then surrounded and killed. Just this battle achievement alone was enough to make it famous all over the world. No, that's an ancient floating battleship that we borrowed from our ally, the Wing Tribe. Look, it's already in existence, similar to a living creature. It's completely different from your pure mechanical structure. How do you know that we're pure mechanical structure? Hermit's lips moved, but he didn't say this question out loud. There were some things that he already knew the moment he saw them. It would be strange if he believed Roland's nonsense. But since there was no evidence for this, nor was there any intention of damaging the relationship between the 2 countries, there was no point in saying anything more. Rain secretly wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead. Even if she knew that Roland wouldn't turn on her, he was probably the only one who would be able to do such a dirty thing in front of the original owner of the body so easily and confidently. Our Ottoman Empire is quite interested in this area of research, and we hope to make an exchange. Of course, we're willing to pay an additional price. Conquering Kajisi wouldn't be something that could be done in a short period of time. The airship was still locked in the underground base, so it would be necessary to first obtain some information and restart the research. No wonder Brother Roland requested that I use this in front of them. It really is as I expected. Only a certain someone would be able to steal someone else's item and then sell it back to the original owner in such an open and above-board manner. Since they had already predicted the other party's reaction, Donglan was naturally prepared for it. Sure, let's discuss the specifics with Big Sister Elisa. She's opened a merchant group in Red Maple City, the Schindler Merchant Group, and it's doing quite a lot in the arms business. Hermit felt his stomach ache when he thought of that sharp-tongued woman. He had already dealt with the Schindler Merchant Group and witnessed how difficult it was to deal with them in the transaction room. It seemed that it would be impossible for him to not bleed a lot this time. However, he didn't lose anything. The Ottoman Empire was ridiculously wealthy, and they could afford to lose. Restarting the research on the floating airship was the most urgent task. Now that the Holy War had restarted, there wasn't much time left. It was important to start training the technicians and operators as soon as possible. While the higher-ups were discussing the arms trade, the situation of the battle changed again. The beast men began a new wave of attacks. Countless burning rocks were hurled at the city walls. They formed a deadly parabola as they descended from the sky like a meteor shower. The incessantly burning rocks were astonishingly powerful. Every time they landed, they would cause damage to the city walls as well as taking several lives. However, this was only the prelude to the next wave of attacks. Under the cover of the heavy artillery fire, the beast men of various species raised their heavy shields and began attacking the city. The aerial cavalry that descended from the sky proved that this was definitely not a test attack. Aerial cavalry that weren't restricted by the terrain and siege equipment that could break through the fortress defenses would forever be the main characters in a siege battle. Meanwhile, the Beastmen's aerial cavalry consisted mainly of wyvern cavalry, thunderhawk cavalry, and harpies. Their quality was quite good, but after so many days of bitter battles, their numbers had greatly decreased. Dragon Knight. That Dragon Knight is here again. The young green dragon named Osmonia and his werewolf Knight Kakaji had already become famous in this battle. They had an overwhelming advantage against the other aerial cavalry, allowing them to kill more than 100 aerial cavalry. This was more than enough for him to have the emblem of an aerial combat ace sewn on his chest. Currently, the city walls were in complete chaos. Wyverns with venom sacs were furiously spewing out venom, and thunderhawks were able to clear a large area with a single chain lightning. The harpies' javelins were specifically aimed at the archers and commanders. The beastmen's aerial cavalry had a clear strategic goal: to clear the path for the infantry who were climbing up the walls. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight, the commander of the aerial cavalry, was currently moving about at high speed, destroying the city's defensive equipment. In the past, the ordinary human defenders could only use human lives to force the elite beastmen aerial knight to retreat. But this time, the situation was somewhat different. Notify the Silver Cross Squadron that it's time for them to appear. Following the Night Princess's order, the belly of the Borealis, which was currently providing fire support, suddenly opened up and countless figures jumped out of it. What kind of joke is this? They're actually jumping down from such a height? They're committing suicide. A general's exclamation doubtlessly represented everyone's opinion. For ordinary warriors, jumping from such a height would be suicidal unless they were capable of flying. It would be even more inconceivable if these several hundred warriors all had the ability to fly. But sometimes the experience of the old generation was also a type of restriction. As time and technology advanced, the original common sense of combat was destined to be broken. These fellows really could fly. Awaken, Azure Dragons. Azure Dragon Sword Seal. The 4 elemental swordcasters roared angrily as their magic swords glowed with a blinding light. The Azure Dragon Sword Seal was urgently activated as it revolved around the 4 elemental swordcasters. Wind elves responded to the summoning, and the summoned whirlwinds gave them the ability to fight in midair. Of course, since the whirlwinds summoned by the Azure Dragon Sword Seal were limited in power, the 4 elemental swordcasters were only able to slowly descend from the sky. However, the current 4 elemental swordcasters had already proven that they had the ability to fight in midair. Several hundred magical swordsmen? How is this possible? Metal was capable of blocking the effects of magic. For warriors wearing heavy metal armor to be able to use magic was something that surpassed common sense to begin with. Yet, everyone had no choice but to believe this scene before them. After a short moment of surprise, the Beastman aerial knights swiftly rushed over. It was obvious that these were the enemy's reinforcements. How could they allow them to land on the ground? Odd order. Sword seal overload. However, it wasn't as if the warriors floating in midair didn't have the ability to resist. Following the commander's order, the warriors raised their magic swords and overloaded the Azure Dragon Sword Seal, causing pale white lightning to revolve around their magic swords. Odd order. Target the aerial knights in front of us. Sword seal overload. Get ready. 3-1. Swing your swords. All the warriors swung their swords in unison, causing over 100 lightning bolts to shoot out from their swords. One moment, the sky had been clear and boundless. The next moment, the entire sky became a paradise of thunder and lightning. Hundreds of lightning bolts illuminated the entire sky, and for a moment, everyone who was looking up at the sky widened their eyes. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, asterisk whoosh. Asterisk by the time they recovered their vision. They saw that the aerial knights were falling down like dumplings. At least 2 aerial knight squadrons had been eliminated. What kind of forbidden spell is this? It's actually so terrifying. Those magic swordsmen clearly don't have any magical waves on them. The people from the other countries couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, for those who knew the inside story, the principle wasn't complicated at all. In that instant, the countless wind elements in the Azure Dragon Sword Seal transformed into a thunderstorm. These individual thunderbolts that weren't particularly strong attracted and interacted with each other, finally interweaving into an inescapable electric net. Its power wasn't as terrifying as it looked. Due to the interaction of the storm and the user's insufficient strength, its attack power was already very low. But for aerial combat, attack power was never a problem. It was enough as long as the lightning's paralyzing effect was maintained. Those falling aerial knight weren't directly killed, as everyone thought. They were only paralyzed by the repeated electric shocks. But from another perspective, falling from such a high altitude was no different from being electrocuted to death. As expected, apart from a few of the stronger aerial knights who were able to regain their balance and fly again, most of the aerial knights didn't even have the chance to scream before they were smashed into meat patties. Meanwhile, the swordcasters who had used their sword seals also lost the protection of the whirlwind. However, their even-numbered comrades were already prepared and managed to pull them back. The moment they slowed down from falling, they began to summon the Azure Dragon Sword Seal again and prepared for their next attack. Even-numbered comrades, sword seal overload. The exact same command rang out on the battlefield. This time, many of the smarter aerial knights began to flee for their lives. Meanwhile, the brave ones who intended to use this opportunity to charge for their lives were destined to run into a new wave of lightning nets. Sword seal explosion. No countdown. Freely choose your target and swing your sword. The blinding lightning net appeared in the sky once more. This time, apart from the usual clatter of falling objects, the sky had been cleared. There were no survivors in front of the lightning net formed by the hundreds of magic swords. This time, it was the odd-numbered swordcasters' turn to catch their comrades. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, asterisk thud. Asterisk when the armored magic swordcasters finally landed safely on the ground. The entire battlefield erupted in fierce cheers. In a short battle that lasted less than 3 minutes, the aerial knights, the king of the ancient generation, had been completely destroyed. This seemed like a small battle, but it actually meant that apart from high-level mages and high-level aerial knights, there was now a third method to deal with the aerial knight, organized magic swordsman. A human kingdom's griffins weren't something that a small country could afford. Only a powerful human kingdom that was above average would be able to afford organized aerial knights. And in the barren Northlands, the Northerners could only use crossbows to replace the expensive aerial knight. For so many years on the battlefield, the Sky Corridor had always belonged to the Beastmen. Aerial knights were the Beastmen's trump card, and right now, the warriors' cheers explained everything. Tell those sons of bitches that the skies of the Northlands belong to us as well. A man shouted out what the Northerners were thinking. Even the newly promoted swordcasters didn't dare to believe that they had achieved such an astonishing victory so easily. This was only the beginning. Once organized magic troops appeared on the battlefield, the entire world's tactics and strategies would need to be reorganized. Being able to bring out such a new type of troop doubtlessly proved that the Donlan Principality was already at the forefront of the times. From today onwards, nobody would treat Donlan as a small country in the Northlands that could be easily bullied. This time, Hermit couldn't say that this was from the Ottoman Empire. Magic cultivation required talent, and organized magic swordsmen were inconceivable even from the perspective of magic theory. It was obvious that this mature, tactical command wasn't something that could be accomplished in a single day. In Hermit's eyes, this was probably the ultimate treasure that Roland had brought back from the past. Renée smiled proudly. From the moment they first met, she discovered that the Emperor's personal envoy still maintained an arrogant attitude, as if he was a subordinate that he could order around at will. Right now, in front of this brand new combat tactic and job class, and in front of this astonishing battle record, the proud Ottoman people finally began lowering their arrogant heads. You won it. Even if Hermit didn't say it out loud, it could be seen from his expectant gaze that Roland's personal envoy's desire had already transformed into a raging inferno. Not only did he not want it, he obviously wanted to swallow it whole. It's really expensive. Even on the battlefield, the smiling princess knight still attracted countless passionate gazes. Still, nobody could have guessed that this girl who was smiling so happily was actually trying to take advantage of Roland and Roland after finally having the chance to take revenge on Roland. I'll buy. I'll buy it no matter how expensive it is. Hermit was delighted to hear this. As long as Renée was willing to sell such an important national weapon, he would definitely buy it even if he had to give up everything he had. This opportunity would be gone forever if he missed it. However, Renée revealed a rather mysterious smile when she heard this. As long as you're willing to pay the price, there's even better and more expensive ones. Tim lad, it's time for your little toy to appear. Chapter 177. From the very start, I wasn't worried about the battle at the Red Maple defensive line. That was because I had already made ample preparations. The organized 4 elemental swordcasters, the Borealis, and its auxiliary airships formed a new generation of battleships, and the various new defensive tools that the engineers had developed. Unknowingly, I had already accumulated a lot of resources. I left them all there. With them there, I didn't think that the Red Maple defensive line would fall so easily. All right, apart from that, I had also made many additional preparations. However, it was always better to have more trump cards. The side that could keep their trump cards until the very end would have a much higher chance of victory. The Red Maple defensive line absolutely cannot be lost. This was my bottom line. After all, that was the key point of this entire battle. If they were defeated, it would mean that the entire Order faction had been defeated in the Northlands. The final result could only be that the human forces would retreat to the south and give up on the Northlands. In that case, even if we won the battle here, it would be the same as losing. At most, we would be struggling at death's door and waiting for the enemy to come back and beat us up. Of course, if there really was an unexpected situation, such as a chaos evil god risking his own death to descend upon the red maple defensive line. The current elemental tide wasn't strong enough to tolerate the descent of a true god. Those who dared to descend with their true bodies were basically unable to return. Then it would be impossible for the red maple defensive line to hold. If such a situation occurred, I had already instructed them to board the Borealis and flee as soon as possible. The true gods would naturally be dealt with by the true gods. As long as the Chaos faction dared to sacrifice themselves, the Order true gods would also have to send out 2 cannon fodder to play a game of mutual destruction. And right now, while the situation was still unclear, the most difficult part of the battle was actually our side. The battle to clear out the remaining Beastmen troops by the Antoon defensive line was going smoothly, using our superior military strength and the winged tribes' ambush as cover. We easily took over the temporary camps outside the city. However, we met with a problem: the earth elemental god Androken. I knew that as the oldest existence of the 4 elements, the earth elemental god Androken would definitely be ridiculous. But I didn't expect him to be ridiculous to this extent. Although he was the earth elemental god, his body wasn't as large as expected, nor did he have any of those mystical characteristics. He appeared to be nothing more than an oversized stone giant, even smaller than the wind elemental god. But when he actually fought with me, he proved the old saying, fighting isn't about size. The toughness of your fists is the key. The son of the earth roared and shattered the enormous wind elemental with a light punch. The powerful wind elemental Lord came to help in a thunderstorm, but was easily crushed by him. The airships bombarded him under the cover of the floating city, and he jumped up and kicked the floating city 3 times in a row, turning it into ruins. Any existence below the elemental lord rank could be killed with a single kick. As for those annoying winged people and small boats, the lion's roar soundwave storm was enough to tear them apart. Warrior monks? This guy was actually a top warrior monks. That's too amazing. That's right, Androken was doubtlessly the warrior monks who specialized in bare-handed melee combat. Nobody said that elemental life forms couldn't learn martial arts. On the contrary, the earth elemental god's body, which couldn't even be described as having bones of steel, greatly increased the power of his martial arts. A single iron mountain lean could easily shatter a group of mountains, and it was unknown if a single hitting cows through mountains would be fine, but the mountains would definitely shatter. Immortal Lorcan's footwork was strong and his movements nimble, easily making Cambion dizzy. Then he suddenly threw a heavy punch at Cambion. Compared to the agile Androken, the gigantic Camdrin was like a slow fatty who could only take hits without being able to fight back. Camdrin was a standard mage-type elemental lord, but the thunderstorm he gathered was impossible to aim at. Camdrin couldn't even see his target with his gaze, so how could he even talk about killing his target? The ancient elemental war had once again replayed itself in the modern world. But unfortunately, Cambion discovered to his despair that while his power had indeed improved by leaps and bounds, his opponent's entire fighting style had changed. He was completely unable to fight back against this strange fighting style at all, and the gap between him and his opponent had become even larger. Hurry, we don't have much time left. Looking at the situation, I knew that not only would Camdrin not be able to win, it would also be a problem for him to last much longer. It was quite normal for an old fellow like him to run away if he couldn't win, so I couldn't count on him to fight to the death. After hesitating for a moment, I sent him a short message. Hold on, we're currently closing the earth elemental door. After it closes, Androken's power level will definitely greatly decrease, and you can take this opportunity to take revenge. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never be able to defeat Androken. In order to prevent him from retreating before the battle even started, I could only give Camdrin a forceful injection. As expected, upon hearing that there was still a chance to turn things around, Camdrin, who had begun to cower, gathered his courage once more. At this moment, under the cover of the chaotic battle, our knight was galloping through the snow. We had already entered the earth elemental labyrinth, and our target was doubtlessly the opening of the earth elemental door. Our strategy had been prepared from the very start. Even though the wind elementals and winged people were the warriors, cannon fodder, charging at the front, they were also a smokescreen to cover up our true target. Antoon's defending army had gone through a long and bitter battle. They were tired and injured, and too many of their elites had died. Participating in such a high-level elemental war was no different from committing suicide. I gave them the mission to clear out the wandering beastmen troops left behind, while I led the elites, under the cover of the elemental war, and charged straight for the earth elemental door, destroying their strategic target. As long as the earth elemental door was opened, no matter how the battle developed, the chaos side would likely obtain a sufficient victory. No matter how we fought afterwards, it would only be a matter of making up for lost time. I shouted in a low voice as I defeated the enemy before me with a single punch. The small earth elementals before me weren't even worth mentioning, so I didn't even need to use my sword. However, the closer we got to the depths of the labyrinth, the more these small earth elementals appeared. They were only derivatives of the earth elemental plane that was about to open. They didn't even have their own consciousness, so it would be meaningless to waste time with them. Just how many years are we going to have to kill them all? There were layers upon layers of walls in front of us, and we kept walking around them until we reached a dead end. Without a doubt, the earth elementals, who had nothing better to do, had already transformed this underground labyrinth into a deadly underground labyrinth, and the target we were searching for was definitely in the deepest part of the labyrinth. The guardians we met along the way also proved my inference correct. Despicable mortals, our master has long since predicted your schemes. I am the guardian of this door, the earth elemental Lord Aladessa. Don't even think about... It was so convenient to have Adam as a pathfinder. This guy didn't even finish his lines before he was killed. This was the 12th guardian we met along the way. It was just like a level clearing game where we had to fight them one by one. Unfortunately, we didn't give any experience at all. Omdrokin could return at any moment, and time was truly limited, so I looked towards Marguerite with a questioning gaze. If I recalled correctly, this great saint was most skilled in time and space magic. Perhaps she would have a solution. Directly teleport to the center of the labyrinth? That's impossible. Not a single mage would be able to teleport to a location without coordinates. Not only that, this type of irregular structure is the most unsuitable for teleportation. If you make a mistake in estimating the distance and teleport to the walls, could it be that we could only fight our way down one floor at a time? We also had to listen to those large rocks and stone giants read out their boring lines. This was obviously not a good idea. I'm the insect king, Casselai. Don't even think about passing through the door that I'm guarding. All right then, I actually wanted to hear him read out his lines. After all, a large insect that was more than 10 meters long was quite rare. However, the semi-god mage, who seemed rather anxious right now, didn't have the leisure to do so. The moment that large insect burrowed out of the ground and didn't even finish his lines, he was sliced up 17 times by a dimensional slash. The earth elemental door hadn't been opened yet. The earth elementals and creatures that could come to the mortal plane were limited in power level. However, this wasn't their true upper limit. We could deal with such a fellow, but when I thought about that gigantic rock that was capable of viciously beating up the wind elemental god while shouting Ada and kicking him 3 times in midair, I had no chance of victory at all. This was a race against time. If the wind elemental god escaped, I wouldn't have the ability to trick such a useful cannon fodder again. Galena, it's Grim. All right, Grim, it's all up to you now. We're here to destroy the door. You understand now, right? Ever since a long time ago, when I was blocked by an annoying labyrinth in a certain world, I had always thought that if I ever encountered an underground labyrinth in real life, I would definitely change my method of passing through the labyrinth. There's an old saying among gnome engineers: explosions are art. Let me see your art. Come, give me an explosion. Everyone get out of the way. Grim, blow everything up for me. We're not going through the door, we're going through the window. That's right, I had done so long ago. The exit was right in front of me, so why was it blocked by a thin wall? Why did I have to turn around and take a detour instead of smashing through the wall with my warhammer? I've had enough of those damned labyrinths, and those boring labyrinth designers. Why do I have to slowly play a game of finding my way through the levels with you? If there's no path, why don't I just break through the wall? If there's no exit, I'll just dig through the floor. Just watch, even if it's a labyrinth with 999 floors. I'll blow through the floor for you and finish it in one go. Grim gave me a thumbs-up sign and then suddenly pressed down on the detonator, which doubtlessly explained his attitude. As expected, we were still relatives. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the rest was simple. The elemental tide was our guide. The closer we got to the dimensional door, the denser the elements would be. All we had to do was follow the direction. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, there was another huge hole in front of us. With the help of this high-speed maze strategy, all we needed to do was to continuously clear the rubble and jump down to the core of the maze. It didn't take long for us to reach the core of the maze. Judging from Margaret's crystal ball, we were already close to our destination. Tisk, let me do it. I guarantee that I can clear 3 or 4 floors in one go. I'll be faster than this. The gnome engineer, Jinyabiar, seemed displeased to see how cool Grim was. He also wanted to help, but we stopped him. And then we'll be buried alive together. Jinya was instantly rendered speechless by this. At this moment, the reason why we let Clint set up the bombs instead of using Jinyabiar, who had more explosive gunpowder, was because Clint was more adept at precise control. He wouldn't bury us underground while opening up a path. Grim was becoming more and more familiar with his actions. The rubble that he blew up decreased, and we advanced faster and faster. I've never felt that you were so reliable. Good job. Just as I gave him a thumbs up to praise him, the entire ground began to violently shake. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, asterisk boom. Asterisk, continuous explosions sounded all around us. Dirt was already falling from the ceiling, and a piece of dirt almost smashed into my head. You really can't take compliments. What? You didn't do it. Then who could it be? Roland, I won't ask you how you understand such strange sign language for now. The divine power is right above your head, so prepare yourself. Marguerite's words revealed the answer to the mystery. For a semi-god mage like her, the elemental god's power waves were like bright lights in the dark. It was impossible to ignore their existence. At this moment, Camdrin suddenly sent me a sound transmission. My apologies, little meat man ally. I hope that we'll have a chance to work together again. Should I say that Camdrin was actually quite kind? At the very least, he sent me a message. However, as an ancient elemental god who had just been awakened from his seal, he wasn't even able to stall for 20 minutes. He was far too weak. It's not that I'm weak. It's that Androkin is far too strong. All right then, Camdrin even remembered to add another sentence to give himself an excuse. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, however, the sound of knocking and shock waves coming from above doubtlessly indicated that now wasn't the time to blame him. The earth elemental god Androkin was probably already above us. I felt my scalp go numb as I recalled that frightening figure who had picked up a stone pillar and viciously slapped the wind elemental god. However, we were now in Camdrin's territory. It was likely that Camdrin would use abilities such as walking under the ground or passing through walls. It would be impossible for us to forcefully escape. Damn it, Adam. Marguerite, take everyone with you. That place needs your knowledge. It was so nice to work together with an old partner. Knowing that now wasn't the time to be pretentious, Marguerite didn't say anything else. She waved her staff and buffed us with several support spells. Then, she nodded and took everyone with her. Meanwhile, Adam and I stood there with swords in hand, waiting for Camdrin to find us. Hey, can you do it now? Don't drag us down. Humph. Do you see this sword in my hand? The Roland Sacred Sword, a +14 god equipment, forged 7 times 13 times. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at that crappy sword in your hand. It's only an excellent grade sword, right? You haven't strengthened it yet, have you? The difference between me and you is the difference between a pay-to-win player and a refugee player. So what if your level is high? Can you insta-kill the heavens, the earth, and the air? If you don't like it, then come PK. I'll insta-kill you all the same. Adam didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Every time we met such a situation, Roland, who had entered a berserk state, would say something that was difficult to understand. But this time, since he already knew that we were going to meet a strong enemy, how could he not be prepared? And so he silently put away the cheap, excellent grade longsword and shook out a short sword from his sleeve. Then he infused the power of lightning into it, and a sword of light that was over a meter long appeared. A sword of light that can be recharged repeatedly? It's at least a legendary grade weapon. It'll definitely leave its name in history. Is this elf-style engraving Cyril's Banshee sword? So you're also a pay-to-win player. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Are you trying to play the pig to eat the tiger? Caressing the tip of the sword, the transparent crystal blade became aggressive under the power of wind. Adam felt that he was quite lucky to be able to find a weapon that matched his characteristics. I gave the remembrance of the phoenix to Anne. Since I'll definitely be on the battlefield again, I'll go find one for myself. I don't know the name of this sword, but it's really easy to use. However, I stole this sword from the Cloud Tower, so it's not very honorable. It's best not to let Marguerite see it. Not only was it not honorable, there was already a certain owner of a certain personal mage tower in the Cloud Tower who was crying out in pain. And long before Adam left, the Truth Research Society's conference table was already filled with complaints about him. If it wasn't for his relationship with Marguerite, Adam would have long since been blacklisted by the mages. Oh, you too. Actually, I made quite a bit of money from the Ottoman Empire last time. After so many years of prosperity, those powerful human countries have accumulated quite a bit. It'd be such a waste if I didn't extort more from them. Indeed, indeed. It's just that even though those people are rich, they're so stingy. Last time I put my sword against their necks. All right then, just as the two of them began to discuss their experience of stealing from others, the VIP who arrived late finally arrived. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the entire ground began to violently shake, followed by countless sharp stone spears that suddenly rose into the air. He's here. A gigantic stone pillar suddenly pierced through the ground, causing the entire labyrinth to shake with brute force. That earth giant had already caught up to us. When the stone pillar from above retracted, the earth giant's gigantic eye blocked the entire entrance to the labyrinth. The eye was filled with undisguised killing intent. Only then did we discover that it was actually only a single finger of the earth giant. Tui, you're still using such a cliché scene from a horror movie? Do you really think men are scared? No matter how strong a boss is, doesn't it still drop equipment for the players? Come, let's have a good fight. At the same time, a silver sacred sword was glowing with a demonic light. The silver light transformed into a physical object. The god equipment Roland Sacred Sword was about to face its first enemy ever since it was created. Awaken, Sword of the King of the North. Chapter 178. Elemental life forms were usually formed from the gathering of basic elements without any consciousness. They seem no different from ordinary life forms, but there was actually a huge difference between them. Low-level elemental life forms had no emotions or consciousness, while top-level elemental life forms were no different from ordinary life forms. Not only did they have emotions and intelligence, they even had humanoid forms and the ability to reproduce. However, due to the fundamental difference in their physical body structure, their death would only result in the dissipation of their basic elements. These elements would usually be able to return to the elemental planes on their own to reform. That was why it would be difficult for elemental life forms to truly be killed in a non-elemental plane. However, without the elemental power that they could freely use, they wouldn't be able to bring out their strongest power. This was an innate talent of elemental life forms, and in order to make up for this weakness, high-level elemental life forms were usually quite skilled at modifying their environment. Large whirlpools in the deep ocean, towers of storms high up in the sky, lava purgatory in volcanoes, and deep rock labyrinths underground were all their favorite environments. They could imperceptibly transform this place into an artificial alternate world, allowing them to display power similar to their homeworld. Right now, this underground labyrinth was no longer a simple artificial alternate world. Due to the successful connection of the Earth Elemental Planes Bridge, this underground labyrinth was gradually becoming a part of the Earth Elemental Plane. The small Earth elementals that had suddenly awakened their consciousness were the most obvious proof. This place was gradually being transformed into the Earth Elemental's home world. Never fight against undead creatures in the undead plane, and never fight against demons in the lower planes. Never fight against elemental life forms in the elemental plane. They'll become 10 times more difficult to deal with. However, I had a different opinion. Homeworld? Foolish pieces of earth. This has never been your home world. Is that so? Sacred Sword Roland. As I spoke in a soft voice, the silver sacred sword shone with an even more dazzling light. I could sense that right now it was just as furious as I was at these pieces of trash that didn't come personally. You uninvited guests that do as you please. Do you really think that this is your dirty, dusty world? Dust to dust, dust to dust, go back to where you came from. The radiance of the holy sword has already reached its peak, illuminating the pitch-black cave. With a loud shout from me, the silver long sword fiercely stabs into the ground. The Silver King seems to have responded to my summon and materializes. Sacred Sword Roland was a sword of royalty that had borne countless years of history. At the very beginning, it was the sword of the first Mist King. The history it had borne was no longer known. But in this land full of disasters, generations of kings had used this sword to overcome all obstacles and led their knights to fight for survival for their people. The sword of royalty, the sword of protection, the sword of inheritance, the sword of inheritance, of generations of ancestors, and the sacrifices of generations of knight subordinates. As the sword of, this sword became the burden. As of it ended it. This, of power. The soul was power. Evolving from an ordinary weapon into a guardian holy sword, he condensed the understanding of the previous Mist Kings towards the king. The king was the protector of the people, the protector of the country, the protector of the home, the protector of the family. The unyielding people of the mist created this unbreakable sacred sword of mist. In my hands, it had accumulated enough power and was finally starting the next phase of evolution. I had once wondered what kind of properties it would have after it transformed into a god equipment, but in reality, I didn't even need to think about it. From the very start, its power had only been one thing: protection. The king is the one to protect. We were born here, never left, and will be buried here. Even if we turn into bones and ghosts, we will still protect this place. Is that so? My stubborn ancestors. You actually want me to take action? What a bunch of useless, unfilial descendants. His ethereal figure materialized in a silver light. The returning king walked from ethereal to physical again. The ancient king who complained about the uselessness of his descendants unhesitatingly responded to the call of his bloodline. He rode on his bull steed, raised a spear, and prepared to charge into battle. Atwood St. Mist, known as the Eagle of Grasso, was born in the years AD 234, AD 298. He was in the prime of his life and had lived a peaceful life. He was viewed as a mediocre person early on. When he was in his 50s, people called him the Dodgy King. He always smiled and never got angry. But when he was 64 years old, the northern barbarians invaded. He fought a decisive battle with them on the plains of Grasso. He fought a bloody battle for 17 days and killed more than 100 enemy leaders. I wish I could have been born 30 years earlier. This old general didn't die, but my silver hair grew earlier and my body grew weak. The enemy leaders were still alive, and tens of thousands of riders attacked. My tribe was in danger. If I can't wait until the day I return with the heads of the enemy, I won't be willing to die. The ancient king, Atwood, rode on a heavily armored bull. Behind him, several illusory veterans carried a coffin. The word death on the coffin was particularly eye-catching. That year, this dodgy king, who was looked down upon by everyone, also went into battle like this. When faced with his relatives who tried to dissuade him, he directly brought out his own coffin. But in the end, this old eagle, who hadn't cried for 10 years, filled his coffin with the heads of the enemy leaders. This earned him the nickname of the Eagle of Grasso. He narrowed his eyes as if he was waiting for something. But in the next instant, he suddenly raised his pitch-black spear and viciously threw it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk right at that moment, the gigantic earth elemental lord stretched its head down. Its round, gem-like eyes were filled with vicious killing intent. But before he could do anything, a pitch-black spear silently stabbed into his gem-like eyes. Asterisk boom. Asterisk it was impossible to defend against an attack that could predict the future. After the sharp spear stabbed into the gem-like eyes, only then did Androken realize that he had been attacked. Right after that, the spear's sudden explosion caused the gem-like eyes to directly shatter into pieces. With just one attack, the powerful Androken was blinded. Ah, it hurts. Damned little bug. Who was it who actually dared to injure the great Androken? Aya, big guy, this isn't a place for bastards like you to build your nest. Take another spear from me. The old general who had been squinting finally opened his tiger-like eyes. His killing intent was overflowing as he charged forward. The gigantic bull mount was a rare species to begin with. It had dragon skin and thick armor, and its weight was astonishing. It was only slightly more than 4 meters tall, and when it ran, it was like a wingless semi-dragon with frightening might. At this moment, its sharp horn had already reached the top of the labyrinth. The impact it created was a seismic wave, and using the momentum of the mount, the old knight unhesitatingly charged forward. That long spear directly pierced through the wound in his eyeball. The pitch-black, dragon-horned spear pierced deep into his head, causing M to panic as he felt a splitting headache that he had never felt before. Ah! The earth elemental god's pitiful screams echoed throughout the entire battlefield. The entire area began to violently tremble as all living beings panicked at the earth's fury. The narrow terrain of the labyrinth limited his agility. The powerful defense that he was so proud of was nothing in front of this ancient king. He had never felt so humiliated in the past thousands of years. The more ancient a being was, the more they valued their lives. After discovering that this terrain wasn't suitable for him to fight, M lost all dignity as an elemental god and turned to flee. Whoosh, what a fierce old man. Adam whistled. He never expected that this old general would be so strong. There was no chance for him to fight at all. Humph, a glib-tongued junior. After saying this, the Eagle of Grasso transformed back into a shadow. He had completed the summoning of the Roland sacred sword and returned to his resting place. The current me was half kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely. Just summoning this ancient king for one attack was quite taxing on me. Hey, he can't be dying so quickly, right? Look at the way that rock looked at us at the end. He'll come again. Of course. I'm afraid that he won't come. Adam paused for a moment, but when it came to combat, his intelligence wasn't low, so he immediately understood. You're saying that he'll go around us and chase after Marguerite? If I were him, I'd definitely do that. What's the point of wasting time with the warriors who stayed behind to bring up the rear? He'll definitely go straight for the elemental door. After he cleans up the elemental door, the rear will be fine, and he'll go back to catch a turtle in a jar. I think that Rockhead's intelligence should be better than yours." Hearing this, a rare look of worry flashed across Adam's face. The warrior monks had the reputation of being a mage killer. Even if it was Marguerite, it would be difficult for her to defend against this monster's sudden attack. Earth elementals had thick skin and flesh, and their vitality was astonishing. An injured beast would go berserk and become dangerous. The current Omdroken was far more dangerous than before. Then what should I do? I can sense his power, but I don't have Grimm's ability to control it. If I were to break open the wall and chase after him, there's a 99% chance that I'll collapse it. Right, I can tell that you're saying that I'm worse than a Rockhead. Tisk, you're sharp at such a time. Don't worry, I have an idea. All you need to do is point me in the right direction. Gleena, I'll have to rely on you to break open the wall. Isn't Gleena following Marguerite? Are you finally suffering from dementia? It's Grimm, not Gleena. I stopped midway through my sarcastic words. How could I have mistaken that familiar voice? But when I looked at the source of the voice, I could only see a silver armor that seemed to be moving between reality and illusion. Even this awkwardness is a complete imitation. All right, Gleena, hurry up and break open the wall. It's not Gleena, it's Grimm. I know that you're called Grimm. Gleena, hurry up and take action. It's not Gleena. All right, Gleena. Gleena. Yep, Grimm, damn, I actually got tricked. So he wasn't naturally dumb, but naturally sly. Beside me, Adam was dumbfounded. But at this moment, a satisfied Gleena ran off to begin her own task of breaking open the wall. While I was hurrying along, I gave Adam a brief explanation. God equipment, Roland Sacred Sword type, two-handed sword. Attack power, 100 to 100. Indestructible. Can only be used by descendants of the mist. Unique characteristic, the king's eternal protection. The ancient heroic spirits have never left this land. When you step into the Northlands, as their successor and descendant, you can summon them to fight for you. There are two types of summoning. The first type is to summon a past king to attack you with all his strength. The second type is to summon a living virtual Valkyrie. But regardless of which type of summoning it is, the summoned can only be a member of the Mist royalty. In the 2,000 years of history, there have been many gods. The newly born Mist Kingdom has become an ancient country. There have been countless epic rank battles, and there are many powerful past kings. Randomly summoning one of them won't be too bad. It's just that this 10-minute cooldown and 3 summoning per day restriction is too annoying. I hope that it can be removed in the next evolution. As for the other type of summoning, it would probably be very powerful when the Mist royalty was at its peak. But now there are too few options, and the strength of the summoners is average. But this is the perfect time to use it. The Grimm in front of me was almost identical to the real Grimm. The speed at which he planted the bombs was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Our speed wasn't slow at all, and Adam could sense that we were almost ahead of him. We stopped in a spacious cave. This place was spacious enough for a duel. I nodded, and Gleena's virtual heroic spirit immediately dissipated, returning to the sacred sword. And I've also found an extremely cheating summoning method. I laughed mysteriously. This type of summoning method that violated the rules was definitely beyond the limits of a god equipment. Look closely, don't blink. Fight for me, Gemini stars. Awaken, Roland Cavendish. Chapter 179. A true god has fallen. The forest guardian god, Clairladen, has fallen. The semi-god Prescott has fallen in battle. The northern kingdom of the elves' guardian god was the forest guardian god. Now that he had fallen, all the elves felt as if the sky had collapsed. This is impossible. Gods are indestructible. How could they have fallen? How could the mighty forest guardian god, Clairladen, have fallen? This was probably the first thing that all the northern elves felt when they heard the news. For thousands of years, the elven true god had protected them, keeping them away from the main theme of the Northlands, the cruel competition for survival. They had gotten used to living under the protection of the gods in a warm environment and peace far from the battlefield. They viewed the gods as the truth, just like the sun rising in the east. Now that the sun had suddenly stopped rising, they naturally panicked to the extreme. We're finished. The northern elven kingdoms are all finished. The first to lose their rationality and start spreading panic were immediately restrained by the elven warriors. However, fear and anxiety had long since spread throughout the entire elven Northlands. Rumors could be denied, but some things couldn't be denied. Due to the forest guardian god's death, without the protection of his divine power, the dreamlike kingdom of the elves walked towards reality and returned to the natural cycle of this land. Nature began to show its cruelty of treating everyone equally. At this moment, the small streams in the forest began to freeze. Large amounts of trees began to wither and die. The forests that didn't belong to the Northlands were heading towards death. In just a few short minutes, the outermost forest completed a transformation that would take decades to complete. In the blink of an eye, all of their leaves fell off. Their eternal life that was maintained by divine power came to an end. Withering and death were right before them. Without the forest guardian god's protective barrier of the forest, the unnatural difference in temperature between the kingdom of the elves and the Northlands caused the balance of nature to fiercely retaliate. In the elves' poetic descriptions, the violent northern winds transformed into the cruel god of seasons. With a single turn, the elves silently pulled the isolated elven paradise back into the cruel Northlands. When the chilly wind blew into the elven territory, which was supposed to be spring all year round, the elves who shivered suddenly realized that it was already winter. This cruel winter that the furious Mother Nature had specially prepared for the elves wasn't easy to get by. While the elves were in a state of panic, their kin were in a state of indescribable ecstasy. The more they fought, the more courageous they became. During the grand blood sacrifice, the newly born dark elf poison god added a green venomous snake emblem to the Spider Queen's spider emblem. From then on, the dark elf gods were no longer the sole dark elf god Rose. The ambitious Rose had already begun considering the order of the newly born dark elf gods. Under the black eight-clawed spider's flag, the dark elf army was beginning to assemble. The elven army, which had been mobilized as their main force, was no match for the dark elf army. The dark elf army watched helplessly as the invaders constructed a chain of camps and siege weapons in their homeland. The dark elves didn't even try to hide their intentions of permanently residing in their homeland. The Tassel Kingdom's royal tombs had already been excavated, and all the exits to the underground were open. Every day, countless dark elves would rush out from the underground. They were like bloodthirsty sharks that smelled fresh blood and couldn't wait to taste even more delicious prey. The dark elves, who had a long-standing feud with the surface elves, didn't start a racial massacre as everyone expected. However, their calm and composed attitude as they prepared for war, as well as their attitude of treating themselves as nothing, caused the elves who still had hopes of victory to feel despair. They're waiting. They're waiting for our expedition army to return. They're certain of victory. They have Rose's protection. Without the other elven gods participating, our army has no chance of victory at all. Just what is the venerable Anslow thinking? Why did he allow the children of the forest to be killed by the vicious Spider Queen? Why haven't our prayers been answered at all? The elven gods didn't have the time to respond to the prayers of the Northlands elves. The human gods had already noticed their betrayal, and they were now in a difficult situation. From a certain standpoint, the elves indeed lacked the ability to be the main pillar of the Order faction. Compared to the human empires that were increasingly treating their guardian gods as mascots, the elves were far too reliant on the gods. In fact, the elves even viewed the gods' protection as the most important factor in war. No, they're also waiting for their own reinforcements. The number of dark elves is increasing every day. Damn it. Just how many dark elves are there in that group of dark-skinned bitches? Just how many dark elves were there in the underground? Perhaps even Rose herself didn't know. She used her own power to give the dark elves a fertility rate that far surpassed that of ordinary elves. However, she was also labeled as a fallen elf and exiled to the underground. Damn Dan Slow. You say that I've fallen? Fine, I'll fall for you. I'll show you what true evil is. From a certain standpoint, Rose's self-abandonment caused the entire dark elves to truly fall into darkness. Killing each other, betrayal, and deceit became the main theme of the entire dark elf race. Even the underground devils wouldn't dare to say that they were better at deceit than the dark elves. But at the very least, this superior elf race that had collectively fallen into depravity was truly powerful. After they broke free from the curse of being unable to reproduce, their foundations were far stronger than anyone expected. There wasn't a single race that was born evil. A person's good or evil was determined by their experiences. Rose's poisonous ink didn't smear the entire dark elf race. The gray elves who were under the moon god's protection, the dark elf rangers who lived in solitude, the underground city lords who publicly refused to listen to Rose's summons, and even the dark elves had countless different beliefs and ideologies. Rose had long since lost control of the entire dark elf race. But looking at the current dark elf camp, the largest camp under the largest flag indeed belonged to Rose. The Moonlight emblem, the Bloodblade emblem, the Twin Ice Swords emblem, and so on were scattered among them. The countless scattered camps of various sizes represented the countless traders of dark elf society. Added together, the area they occupied was far larger than Rose's territory. From another perspective, this was proof of how deeply divided the dark elf race was. And at this moment, this group of dark elves who had been killing each other for various reasons had come together for the same goal. In the past, there was no justice in the judgment against our ancestors. Even if our ancestors were wrong, we, the younger generation, also have the right to live under the blue sky with sunlight. We also have the freedom to roam the comfortable land. We will use facts to prove that we, the Dark Elves, are the most outstanding of all the elf races. We are the superior elves who are most worthy of ascending to the throne. Under this flag, the Dark Elf race, which was originally deeply divided, temporarily united. Under the black mist of magic that Rose had used her divine power to summon, they avoided the scorching sunlight. They patiently sharpened their daggers in the darkness, patiently waiting for the cruel slaughter between their own race. And the Dark Elves who had invaded earlier naturally began to break away from the other underground world factions. Their current goal was only a piece of blue sky for themselves. The Northlands will be enough for now. There's the Elven Spring and the forest here. We can rebuild our own kingdom here. We have everything we want here. From a certain standpoint, as long as the drums of the Holy War sounded once more, it would only be a matter of time before Rose and the Dark Elves, who had been sharpening their poisonous fangs in the underground world, returned. However, Roland, an ALS letter of invitation, gave her the perfect time and reason to intervene. Currently, countless tents were set up in front of the city. The Dark Elves desired the joy of revenge and the sweet taste of blood. The Dark Elves, who were known for their betrayal, were actually united for the same goal. And for the Northlands elves who lived here all year round, this was naturally a nightmare. Standing in front of the capital, King Adrian, who had just returned, blankly looked at the despairing scene in front of him. Was this what he had obtained by sacrificing his own daughter? Was this the elven god's promise of a flourishing era for the elves? I should have known that I would become cannon fodder if I took the lead in the Holy War. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of that person's evaluation of him. You're always concerned about the gains and losses of everything. You're calculating too much, but you're actually only calculating small benefits. You've never seen the big picture. If you keep calculating gains and losses like this, sooner or later, you'll end up counting yourself in as well. I wasn't wrong. I definitely wasn't wrong. But right now, the battle situation didn't allow for him to hesitate or blame himself. The allied armies of the other 3 countries were already complaining about this. Many of them hoped to disband the allied armies and take their own armies back to defend their own countries. Foolish. You're even more short-sighted than useless humans. Did you think that those dark-skinned bitches wouldn't go to other countries after taking down the Tassel Kingdom? Our Tassel Kingdom's territory isn't enough for them. They want the entire Northland's Elven Kingdom. On the way back, the pitiful state of the Tassel Kingdom caused the other kingdom of the Elves' armies to become even more disgruntled. If they couldn't quickly reorganize the entire Elven Kingdom, they would have already lost this war without even fighting. Invite the 2 generals and Prince Khazar to a banquet. Tell them that I have something private to say. Have Arwen and the Moonblade elites get ready and listen to my orders. Facing his shocked confidant, the king clenched his teeth and made a gesture of cutting his throat. He had already made up his mind. In order to protect his kingdom, he was willing to give up everything. When winter arrived, no one expected that so many factions would be involved. The Elven battlefield, the Red Maple defense line, and the Antoon elemental battlefield. These 3 main battlefields formed the most eye-catching opening battle of this holy war. The 3 battlefields affected each other and intertwined with each other. At this point, the loss of any one of these battlefields could possibly lead to an avalanche of defeat. The War of the Traitors was a nickname given to it by the later generations. For the people involved in the current generation, the evaluation of the later generations was never important. This annoying situation where it was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe was the most troublesome. Betrayal between the 2 major factions and deceiving each other had become a daily occurrence. Today's enemies would become tomorrow's friends. Yesterday's comrades would become tomorrow's mortal enemies. Even the venerated true gods weren't spared from this. When the Holy War restarted, those existences with ambiguous identities would no longer be able to maintain their status of playing both sides under the hints or threats of various powerful existences. They would also have to use practical actions to choose a side. From a certain standpoint, it was this crucial timing that made the letter from one of the elders of the Order faction, Ale, even more convincing. It had the power to force Rose to choose a side again. And now, as one of the biggest losers in the last Holy War, the Beastmen, who didn't have the protection of the gods, were attempting to turn the tables in this war. Their previous surprise attack was indeed outstanding, but now they met with a small problem. Have all our spies been pulled out? How is that possible? I remember that there were a total of 2,376 groups. 70% of them were mixed-blood humans whose appearances were indistinguishable. They didn't even know each other, so how could they have all been dug out? Many of the seeds have been buried for 1 or 200 years and 3 generations. We shouldn't have been able to activate them all this time, so how could they have been dug out? The current beast man, Sovereign Amont Bloodaxe, who had the advantage of attacking the city, had a huge headache. From the start of the war until now, the Beastmen's incomplete intelligence system had always been a major problem for the Beastmen. The most important thing in a war was intelligence. Thanks to the Sluir Kingdom's peaceful trade policy, the Beastmen had more than 100 years of interaction with each other. This was more than enough for the ambitious Beastmen tribes to infiltrate this kingdom like a sieve. But after the war truly began, not a single one of those seeds that had been lying in ambush had sprouted. The Turtle Tribe Beastman, who was currently reporting the situation, was sweating profusely. As the head of the intelligence system, he was also the tribe leader of a tribe. But in front of this group of furious tribe leaders, he felt as if his life was being threatened. It was no wonder that the tribe leaders were so angry. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single battle. Originally, spies were the most active during a war. Now should have been the time for him to show off his abilities, but from the start of the war until now, he had basically handed in a blank paper. There should have been 13 groups in Red Maple City, but they've all been dug out. The ones hanging on the eastern city gate are the ones that we've dug up. Also, you told us that the female general guarding the western gate was just a vase. We gathered our forces to attack the western gate, but we ended up suffering heavy losses. The aerial cavalry that we lost was the accumulation of our forces over the years, and you're telling me that you don't know about those magic swordsmen and war machines? You're telling me that you didn't see anything as large as the floating battleships? You're just a bunch of trash. What's the point of keeping you around? At this critical moment, the Beastman King once again heard the useless and erroneous intelligence of the intelligence system. He roared furiously and raised his battle axe. He intended to personally take action and chop off the heads of this bunch of trash. Wait a moment. How did those spies leak the information? Let's not talk about those who clearly have our tribe's characteristics. They're just a front. But how did those human spies and mixed bloods that we've bribed get exposed? This doesn't make sense, could it be? Compared to the enraged Eagle King, Bearman Lund was much calmer. However, judging from the jade stone that he had accidentally crushed in his hand, he wasn't calm either. The loss of that giant Beast the Beast was a loss that could never be made up for. He had already been heartbroken for several sleepless nights. At this moment, when he said the last word, could it be, he looked around and his suspicious gaze stopped on the faces of the tribe leaders. The meaning behind his words was actually quite obvious. For such a deeply buried intelligence system to be dug out, the only possibility was that there was a spy, and an extremely high-level spy at that. No, it's not a spy. Even though the battle axe was already at his head and he was sweating profusely from fright, there were some things that the intelligence chief had to say. It has nothing to do with the spy. In fact, there was a problem with our own logistics that caused all the spies to be exposed. What kind of problem could cause all the intelligence spies to be exposed? The tribe leaders in the room all had faces of disbelief. If we were to investigate this matter, we would have to start from about 30 years ago. Due to our simple and honest nature, it was extremely difficult for our tribesmen to make a living in the human world. They were suddenly sent to a foreign country, and those spies were not good at business. Many of the spies were cheated of all their belongings in a short 3 months and returned to the highlands in hunger and cold. Everyone nodded their heads. It was a well-known fact that the beastmen were not good at business. Not to mention these illiterate spies, many wise witch doctors and shamans had experience of being cheated of all their belongings in human society. For the beastmen who still maintained the ancient custom of bartering, the human world was too complicated. Even if they did not meet a swindler, most of them would quickly run out of money and could only helplessly return home. We never knew when the day of our counterattack would be. If we kept sending out new spies, the investment in intelligence was practically a bottomless pit. My tribesmen were not rich and could not afford it at all. In the end, by chance, we obtained a legendary treasure. Treasure? Yes, it was an accidental witch doctor experiment. The witch doctor of our tribe accidentally mixed up the herbs used for divination with the spices used for cooking. In the end, under a series of coincidences, we created the world-famous treasure, Orion grilled troll meat. Hearing this, the tribe leaders all swallowed their saliva. They had also tasted this delicious red grilled meat, and it was indeed memorable. As all of you know, then we used this as a foundation to open a series of delicious grilled meat and meat burgers. Orion grilled, meat became world famous. That damned human actually stole our recipe and opened a McFlurry burger shop to fight with us everywhere. How shameless! What does this have to do with our spies being dug out? Almont was also a little surprised. Wasn't this talking about the intelligence system? How did it involve the war of fast food restaurants? You also know that our spies were not good at business, and Orion Grill was one of the few businesses that would definitely make a profit. In the end, all the spies opened Orion Grill. Then, after one was dug out, all of them were dug out. All right, in fact, because Orion Grill was so profitable, some orcs even took the initiative to be spies and open a shop to enjoy life in the human world. F***CK. Aren't they courting death? How could they be so stupid? Who gave the order? That idiot did such a stupid thing. I'm going to hang him on the flagpole. The Orc King Almont's angry roar reverberated in the tent. His sharp voice made the guards outside shiver in fear. Seeing that Almont was so angry, the supervisor sweated even more. "It's you." The reply was not loud, but everyone present was not an ordinary person. The tribe leaders were stunned at first, then there was a strange silence. Only the careless Almont continued to ask, "What?" "It's you. My Blackrock tribe is a subordinate tribe of your Blood Axe tribe, and intelligence and detective work has always been handled by the Eagle tribe who are good at flying. You are also the leader of all the Eagle people, and I have always been your loyal subordinate. When you just inherited the throne, you said, 'Who knows when those useless spies will come in handy? Anyway, it won't be in my generation. So why not seize the opportunity to earn more money and let all the tribesmen do the most profitable business? We want Orion Grill to be spread all over the world. We want to be the king of the world." Almont tried hard to recall. It seemed that 30 or 40 years ago, when he just inherited the throne, he indeed said something similar. It was even recorded in the tribe's Bible as the wisest speech. As the chief of the Blood Axe tribe, what he was most proud of was not his fighting skills or strategies, but his ability to lead his tribesmen to become rich. It was because of the prosperity of the Blood Axe tribe that he was chosen as the agent to cooperate with the Earth Elemental God. Actually, I can't blame you. It's just that humans are too cunning. You see, we just found out that those wheat hamburgers were actually spies sent by San Antonio. Our tribesmen who were caught were all reported by those clowns wearing red wigs. Speaking of the pain, the tortoise man started to cry. That's right, those mascots who sing Blue Blue Road. They even hit us with cooking ingredients and threw disgusting red wigs at us. It's too despicable to add rocks to the hamburgers. Our brothers are so pitiful. Our mascots, the white-bearded old beast man, couldn't even defeat them with a troll bone cane. The scene was simply too horrible to look at. The white-bearded old beast man? Mascots? Aren't they courting death? A certain chief finally pointed out another obvious loophole. This time, it was a certain Bearmen chief's turn to sweat profusely. He also remembered the foolish thing he did when he first inherited the throne 20 years ago. The head of intelligence glanced at him. Since he would die if he didn't say it out loud, he might even live if he said it out loud. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said it out loud. That was an additional request from a certain lord to commemorate his deceased grandfather. The white beard symbolizes wisdom, the cane is an unyielding spirit, and the white shirt and skirt symbolizes the pace of the shaman's civilization. He said that he wanted humans to understand the beauty of the beastmen's rough culture. All right. As he said this, the head of intelligence kept staring at a certain bearman. His meaning was obvious. Now, no one could blame anyone else. Cough. I suggest that we discuss this again. Actually, we can still fight without any intelligence. Bearmen Chief Lund said while pretending to be calm. Yes, I agree. We beastmen are the strongest in the world. There's no need for us to learn from the weak humans and become spies. The Beastman Emperor Alman heaved a sigh of relief. With the two strongest beastmen echoing each other, what else could the other chief say? All they could do was nod. Inform all beastmen that from today onwards, wheat hamburgers are the mortal enemies of us beastmen. Orion Grill is our pride. From today onwards, you're no longer our head of intelligence. We're appointing you as our special advisor on the barbecue economy. You'll be in charge of the barbecue economy of the entire Beastman Alliance. Hearing this, the head of intelligence was overjoyed. That's great. This is my true duty. I'm the chairman of the Orion Barbecue Alliance's board of directors, as well as a top-level chef. There won't be any problems with me. This is much better than the annoying job of intelligence gathering. You really know how to choose the right people." Hearing this reply, other than Chief Amon, who was still smiling proudly despite being flattered, the other chieftains all had strange expressions on their faces. "That's not right. Everything went wrong from the very beginning. You appointed the wrong person from the very beginning. You made a chef become the head of intelligence. It would be strange if there weren't any problems. Right now we're at war. Is there a need to start a chain of barbecue restaurants? Did you make a mistake from the very beginning? It's fine if you used a spy as a chef, but don't use a chef as a spy." Chapter 180. In this generation, there were only 4 descendants of the Mist: me, Cavendish, Galena, and Renee. However, I had originally expected that only Galena and Renee would be able to respond to the summoning. But when I tried it by chance, I obtained a delightful result. From a certain standpoint, the virtual Valkyrie summoned by Roland's sacred sword was a copy of the summoned person. However, my and Cavendish's situation was obviously unique. From a certain standpoint, we were no longer descendants of the Mist. At the very least, I had entered the cycle of reincarnation several times, and the current Cavendish wasn't even human. However, the Holy Sword was still summoned. Looking at that nostalgic figure, I couldn't help but feel suffocated. The golden-haired young Holy Knight bowed to me with a bright smile, but I knew that he was scheming something. Cavendish, who had a displeased expression, furrowed his eyebrows as if he was thinking about something important, but he probably wasn't thinking about anything at all. At most, he was thinking about what to eat for lunch. Even though the two of them looked exactly the same, their auras were completely different. It was obvious that the twins in front of me were a bug caused by an abnormal summoning. I had clearly died in battle at the age of 14, but I was still so lively now. That was why this sacred sword had summoned the Holy Knight of that generation, Roland, the legendary Holy Knight who entered the Armageddon together with Definder. As for Cavendish, the moment he abandoned the Mist bloodline and turned into a demon, this land recorded his final moment. And now, the one in front of me was also the young man who abandoned the Mist bloodline. "Roland, don't drag me down. Just hide behind me and tremble." My powerful younger brother had a foul mouth as usual, but in reality he was using his own method to care for his older brother who wasn't skilled in combat. "Brat, I'm your older brother. Remember to be polite. Otherwise, during the next social gathering, I'm going to tell that Big Bear girl from Dillo's family that you like her. You know how clingy she is." The Holy Knight smiled brightly as he threatened viciously. Then, as expected, he received a hint of fear from his younger brother's icy glare. That was his habitual expression of surrender. Looking at the twins in front of me, I felt as though I had returned to a familiar dream. After crossing the long river of time, the twins met again. Their conversation made me feel as though I had returned to the last days of 300 years ago. It was a difficult but happy time. "Io, this guy seems to be very difficult to deal with. Cavendish, I'll leave him to you." "Humph, I knew you would say that. Running away as soon as the battle started. I really don't know how you became a sword saint." Back then, we also bickered like this as we confidently walked towards our respective battlefields. Unfortunately, even though we always knew of each other's existence and believed that each other could change everything, we never reunited until the very last moment. At this moment, the sky of the northern region was still as blue as before, and the cold wind was still bone-chilling. However, some things were destined to never return to the past. At the very least, the next time the twins met, it would definitely not be so peaceful. "The next time we meet, we will draw our swords. Roland, what are you thinking?" "It's coming." Adam's angry roar brought me back to my senses. Just what foolish things had I done? Being in a daze on the battlefield to refresh my memories was the best way to die. At this moment, Omdroken unhesitatingly started attacking, furiously shooting rocks at us like cannonballs. Meanwhile, on our side, the 2 virtual Valkyrie mages had already rushed forward to block him. Asterisk clang. Asterisk my lightsaber was knocked away, and Adam kept spinning from the impact, while the twins blocked in front of Omdroken. Back then, Roland had barely reached the boundary of legend rank before he died, while Cavendish, who had abandoned everything, had only reached the peak of legend rank. Perhaps in human society, this was already an astonishing achievement. For their age, they would be considered super geniuses. However, for the Earth elemental god who had experienced countless eons and had even experienced ancient battles where the gods were like lackeys, ordinary legend rank individuals were nothing more than slightly stronger cannon fodder. However, some people were destined to be extraordinary. Roland and Cavendish had never been ordinary legends. Blessing of the Holy Sword. Angel's Descent. Holy Knight Roland casually tossed out several support divine arts to push his younger brother to the front line, while he unhesitatingly hid in the back, making it obvious that he wouldn't participate in close combat. Is this how you were back then? This scene is so beautiful. Of course, how old was I back then? How could you expect me to be so skilled in sword techniques? Plus, my body wasn't that good, so my title as a sword saint was far too exaggerated. Besides, I was the commander, so hiding in the back was the way to go. Melee combat was for barbarians. No matter what, you're a sword saint as well. Aren't you embarrassed to say such things? However, what happened next caused Adam to shut up. Holy Knight Roland raised his long sword, and a blinding light gathered on it. The next moment, a small sun so bright that it was impossible to look at it directly appeared in midair. Grenade of holy light! Just as he shouted angrily in a childish voice, that small sun-like ball of light completed its magical compression and crashed down like a meteor. When the ball of light exploded, everyone was instantly blinded, and the unlucky M was forced to take several steps back. This is a grenade of holy light? The simplest one that all knights know? What a joke! Even judgment of light isn't this ridiculous. This is talent. Otherwise, how could I have become a child of holy light? My holy light spells are at least 5 times more powerful than a normal holy knight's, and with the amplification from my soul imprint, the power is definitely more than 10 times. Then why don't you use high-level divine arts? The Holy Light Egg's basic abilities are too weak. Even the amplification would be limited. No, I only knew a few basic divine arts back then, and this is the only one that can be cast instantly. What did you say? Aren't you a legend, Holy Knight? Do you really think that you can learn divine arts to such a level? Relax. Although I only know grenades of holy light, it's definitely more than enough. As expected, the battlefield had already entered a state of complete chaos. Small suns kept appearing in the sky, and then they rushed over in the next moment. 1, 2, 350. Hey, isn't this too much? Now you know how amazing I am. Indeed amazing, but is this any different from the gather mana, condense it into a ball, and then blast it? So you've been acting as a cannon ever since then. You haven't improved at all in 200 or 300 years. Nobody's going to think you're mute if you don't talk. All right then. This was an eternal pain in my heart. After so many years, the only improvement I made was probably that I changed from throwing holy light balls to ice balls. But right now, holy light balls were even more useful than ice balls. The essence of holy light was to purify. From a certain standpoint, holy light was the natural enemy of all unnatural existences. Holy light was incredibly damaging to existences that twisted the natural order of the world. Although elemental creatures weren't completely countered by holy light like the undead or demons, it was also the job of holy light to reverse the unnatural order of elemental creatures and return them to the unconscious elements themselves. Go back to where you came from, dimensional evils. The roaring holy knight Roland tossed out even stronger, fine, even more grenades of holy light. However, for a short period of time, Omdroken was actually suppressed. If this was an ordinary holy knight's grenades of holy light, Androkin would be able to completely ignore them as he was an elemental god. But this time his enemy was truly difficult to deal with. The density of holy light was so high that he actually felt like he was being expelled from this world. Impossible! This is basically the god of holy light's pure light, the son of holy light, an existence blessed by holy light? Damn it! How can there be a descendant of God here? How can you possibly be a descendant of God? The huge piece of dirt's angry roar caused everyone to pause in surprise. However, this wasn't the time to be in a daze. The huge piece of dirt charged over while enduring the continuous explosions of holy light, and then it was sent flying horizontally. After retracting his flying kick, Cavendish proudly showed off to Roland. However, he saw that little Roland was currently fiddling with his crystal sunglasses so that he wouldn't be dazzled. All right then, with my understanding of Roland, there was an 80% chance that he was intentionally pretending not to see anything. Am I seeing things? He sent an earth elemental lord flying with a single kick? Just how strong is that brat? Adam was actually the most astonished of them all. He's definitely stronger than 30. If you can't understand the numbers, he's probably 5 times stronger than you. He's never even lost to a dragon in a contest of strength. It's said that he's even defeated an Inferno demon lord and a behemoth with a single punch. Is he really human? Why are you two brothers so ridiculous? I think so. At the very least, that's what happened. Right? Since that me is fiddling with those things, be careful. I think it's too late. Take my sword. The holy knight Roland angrily roared as he raised his sword. Holy light so dense that it was almost tangible gathered on his sword as if he was preparing some sort of powerful ultimate attack. When everyone's attention was drawn to him, flash! The dazzling brilliance turned everything snow white, and everyone who was looking at it lost their vision. Ah, this wasn't Androkin's hell of pain, although he wasn't in a good state either. Adam was actually the one who screamed the most. He was directly blinded as he was watching the battle. When he heard the holy knight Roland's angry roar, he thought that it would be some sort of powerful ultimate attack, but he ended up being blinded by it as well. Relax, Solar Fist doesn't last for very long. It's not like you're going to directly collide with him. As for you, you'll be blinded for 30 seconds. That's right, this was the combat technique that I had developed in the past based on the blinding nature of holy light. If there were any servants present, I would even ask a few people to help me lift my mirror. It would be quite easy for me to blind everyone. Right now, when I saw that Roland was preparing his sunglasses, I guessed that he was going to use this attack. Ultimate attack. Blind dog eyes. At this moment, Roland finally said the name of his attack. Judging from his slow tone of voice, it was obvious that he was intentionally torturing everyone. Cavendish's shout doubtlessly proved that this definitely wasn't the first time. How many times have I told you? Before using your ultimate attack, first shout out the name of your ultimate attack before throwing it. It's quite interesting to accidentally injure your teammates every time. If you're a real man, you should shout out the name of your ultimate attack. Aren't you just making things difficult for me? The furious Cavendish suddenly punched out with his fist. Black magic and brute force were activated at the same time. The stone wall that Cavendish's fist came into contact with instantly shattered into pieces. The space behind the stone wall even began to distort. Seeing such frightening power, even Androkin, who was skilled in melee combat, resolved himself to never let this brat's fist touch him. Demon, are you guys really brothers? Androkin, who was the first to recover, was destined to never get an answer to his doubts. The moment he spoke out, his position was found. The furious Cavendish found a target to vent his anger on, and viciously slashed at Androkin. Similar to Cavendish's reaction, Adam, who was also injured, was silently nodding as tears came out of his eyes. In my opinion, since they were both hot-blooded idiots, they would definitely have a lot to talk about, especially since they had both been repeatedly harmed by a certain black-bellied older brother. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Wasn't this for the sake of surprise? You didn't do it on purpose. You did it on purpose. I silently added this truthful sentence to Roland in my heart, even though that Roland's smile was quite humble and sincere, as if he was apologizing from the bottom of his heart for accidentally injuring his teammate. I knew that he was definitely bursting with joy in his heart. Nice, I made those hot-blooded idiots suffer again. Sigh, it seems that this isn't the time to be watching a show. I shook my head and took the initiative to advance with my sword. Even though it was rather incomprehensible that the twin stars could be counted as a single summon, I had already used up all of my summons for today. If I still couldn't maintain a basic equilibrium, then this battle would truly be difficult. However, before I personally took action, there were some things that I needed to try. If I succeeded, then my chances of victory would greatly increase. Wind Elemental God Camdrin, stop pretending to be dead. I know you're here. Do you really think that you'll be able to reap the rewards just by watching? Idiot. If you're still trying to play both sides at this time, you'll only be treated as cannon fodder by both sides. My angry roar reverberated throughout the underground tunnel. Everyone paused in surprise, while Omdroken directly began laughing out loud. Cowardly insect! Do you really think that idiot would dare to appear in front of me? He's already fled with his tail between his legs. That coward doesn't even deserve to be on the same level as us. Omdroken's laughter echoed throughout the empty labyrinth. The echoes of his laughter seemed to prove the truth of his words, as well as mocking the wind elemental god's weakness and cowardice. However, I didn't stop mocking him. Camdrin, as long as you keep this guy busy, our people will be able to destroy the earth elemental door, and Omdroken will be directly weakened. Perhaps you won't be a match for him by yourself. But so what if you join us? You've already missed such a rare opportunity that only appears once in 1,000 years. No, once in 10,000 years. Don't you want to become the true peak of the elemental gods? If you still want to be a coward, then we'll directly cancel our agreement. You know that I have the authority to do so. Are you certain that you want to face boss ALS Wrath by yourself? Have you lost your mind? As expected, mortals are so weak, no matter if it's the physical body or the soul. Omdroken stopped midway through his mocking, because another raspy voice suddenly spoke up from not far away. How did you know that I was here? That familiar voice caused me to smile in delight. Perhaps the wind elemental isn't as powerful as the fire elemental in terms of attack power, nor is it as powerful as the earth elemental in terms of defense. However, the wind elemental is the fastest of all, and its nature is that it's the best scout. As long as it slightly changes its form, it shouldn't be difficult for it to become completely invisible. As long as it's unwilling to fail, it'll definitely follow him. That's not a good enough reason. It's more because I believe that the wise wind elemental god won't be so foolish as to waste such an excellent opportunity. Is that enough? A humanoid creature walked out from the shadows in a corner. He wasn't particularly strong, and his skin was covered in flashing lightning runes. His silver hair fluttered without any wind, and his eyes were filled with lightning. However, it was impossible to ignore his existence. That's enough. I like smart allies. In that case, let's forget about our unhappy past and work together to keep this foolish rock here. Camdrin. Oh my, isn't this our esteemed earth elemental god? Why are you blind in one eye? Would you like us, your junior, to accompany you on your way? Omdroken called out the name of an old acquaintance. That's right. Wasn't this person in front of me the wind elemental god who had already fled with his tail between his legs? However, there was one thing about him right now. No matter if it was his mental or physical state, he was obviously at his peak condition. Judging from how Camdrin was currently completely unharmed, it was obvious that Camdrin hadn't used his full strength. In fact, it was even possible that it wasn't even Camdrin himself who fought. But now wasn't the time to look into this. Of course, although some people always emphasize the importance of the process, Isn't the difficult process all for the sake of a satisfying result? In that case, only a satisfying result is the most important, isn't that right? I smiled as I joyfully watched the man before me transform into the incarnation of the wind and unhesitatingly face off against his mortal enemy. We now had the best cannon fodder. However, I still pretended to be mysterious and calm on the surface. Inside, I secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I'm quite lucky. This guy really is here. That's right. I had been scamming him from the very start. I didn't have the ability to detect the wind elemental god, who was the most skilled at hiding himself. I also had no way of determining whether he had truly lost or faked his defeat. All I did was casually scam him, so of course I had to say that I was quite lucky. What? I scammed him 3 times? If I wanted to scam an old fox like him, I would have to act and not go all the way. Foolish brat, if you ran away, you might have been able to live for a few more years. But now, even with you, weaklings like you are still not even worth mentioning. The berserk rock unhesitatingly smashed into the wind elemental god who was attacking him. His single eye beneath his thick stone armor was still filled with a vicious glint. Even though he was at an overwhelming disadvantage in terms of numbers, he unhesitatingly attacked first. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, however, when the 2 elemental giants began fighting, a series of explosions rang out underground, causing Omdroken's expression to drastically change. He was no longer able to maintain his calm. Omdroken, today shall be the day of your death. Chapter 181. The war in the Northlands was still ongoing. It had been almost 2 months since the ambush, and the frozen soil of the Northlands was already covered in blood. Not only was there blood from the humans who were the masters, but there was also blood from the uninvited beastmen and elves. Take down all of Slough in 10 days, take down the Northlands in 1 month, and attack San Antonio in 3 months. For the beastmen, no one would mention the arrogant words they had said when the ambush had been successful. The tribe leaders had never expected that the humans would be so stubborn. The abnormally successful initial ambush had confused them, and the foolishness of Slough's higher-ups made them even more optimistic that the war would soon end. In order to quickly break down the humans' resistance, the beastmen chose to annihilate the cities that were fiercely resisting. They chose to send out wolf riders to massacre the villages, and chose to use scorched earth tactics. Now, this decision had been proven to be the stupidest of decisions. The butcher's blade didn't extinguish the Northlanders' fighting spirit. In fact, it was the opposite. The pitiful wails of their own kind and the miserable state of those who were massacred stirred up the bloodlust and anger in the hearts of the people of the mist. Can you just watch as the women you just married are humiliated to death? Elderly fathers are hung to death because the occupiers wanted to save some food? Did those bastards stab the baby in the spear because of his crying? All of this is happening. Are you still men? If you are, then you should be more willing to fight to the end with me. What's there to be afraid of? It's just death. Is it any worse than living in humiliation right now? After the pitiful state of the occupied and massacred regions spread, the anger buried deep in the hearts of the people of the mist was finally ignited. Even without the summons of their lord or king, the people of the mist decided to risk their lives to protect their families and people. The will of the mist will never yield might only be a slogan, but it was a fact that the people of the mist had never been conquered by other races for thousands of years. In front of the bloody butcher's blade, the people of the mist were just like their ancestors. They didn't lower their heads, and the bloodlust that had been engraved in their blood for thousands of years was awakened. The young husband, Emma, kissed his newlywed wife goodbye. He brought along a blunt chopper and joined the militia without any protection or combat power, just so that his future children would not have to worry about being afraid, and that they would not one day become a dazzling object that was stabbed into the ground by a spear. The old veterans held their spears and walked to the front lines. Perhaps they were old and frail, having retired from the army for many years, but their wisdom and experience allowed the new soldiers to avoid the most dangerous traps and grow rapidly in the constant war. They were not like the legendary veteran who carried the coffin into battle, but they had long since believed that they would be lucky to return alive. If this old man's experience can help a few more lads return alive, I will be very satisfied. If I'm a burden, please don't hesitate to abandon me. I'll let those bastards know what it means to be a veteran. If the red maple defense line and in tune with the 2 lighthouses that brought hope, then the countless resistance organizations and self-organized militias with a boundless wildfire that set the prairie ablaze. After the sparks were ignited, it would be difficult to extinguish them. What are you afraid of? At most, we'll just die. Living like this is even more humiliating. Perhaps their words were quite crude, but they spoke of the bravery of the northern tribes who were like troublemakers. Damn it, in the end, they're all resistance organizations and guerrilla groups. Those bastards are insane. In the cities that they conquered, any beast-man soldier that was left alone would be unable to return to their own camps. The powerful Wolf Knight was also disappearing in large numbers. The militia that didn't have heavy armor or sharp swords learned how to use the terrain to ambush their enemies and use bait to surround and kill the beasts. Not only did this vengeful slaughter not frighten the people of the mist, it actually made the flames of hatred burn even more fiercely. They're insane. Have you ever seen a decapitated head stare at you? Have you ever seen a beggar who has lost both his legs suddenly grab onto your legs so that his companions can stab both you and himself? They're basically a bunch of completely irrational lunatics. They were afraid. The warlike beastmen were afraid. The beastmen who viewed dying in battle as an honor were afraid. In front of the bloodshot eyes of the crazed invaders who were willing to perish together with them, in front of the glares of those who died with their eyes wide open, the beastmen were afraid. The beastmen finally understood why those weak humans had been able to block their own species for over 1,000 years, and why their powerful ancestors had been chased back to the northernmost highlands countless times. We can't continue wasting time like this. We absolutely need to destroy the enemy's determination to resist. We need to strike the enemy's vitals with one punch. The beastmen gave up on their strategy of slowly and steadily taking over the human territories. They gave up on the cities on the outskirts and focused all of their efforts on destroying the 2 lighthouses. And so, the Sluer Kingdom's capital city, Antun, was in a state of emergency. The human allied army's main headquarters, Red Maple, was holding the line. The tribe leaders knew that if they didn't get rid of these 2 obstacles, this battle would probably never end. Antun has surrendered. King Fummel has surrendered. When this news spread, people were shocked and in disbelief. Then they started wailing in extreme pain. The entire country was crying. A veteran soldier in his 70s lost his son, grandson, and son-in-law in this battle. He didn't shed a single tear. When he mentioned his family members who had died in battle, he would often stroke his beard and smile proudly. They're good people. They didn't embarrass me, old Philly. They've fallen, so this old guy, will continue to take their place. When I fall, my granddaughter and daughter will take their place as well. I don't believe that I can't chase away those goddamn beasts. But when this news spread, he cried like a child. He collapsed on the ground and pointed a trembling finger towards the north as he cursed angrily. My son, what did you all die for? Is such a bastard country worth risking our lives for? Your deaths weren't worth it at all. This was also the reason why Roland was so furious. When the people of this country hadn't fallen, why should the king, who was their protector, fall? At the very least, the Roland of that year, even though he had turned into a pile of bones, he still turned into a vengeful spirit and returned from hell to fulfill his oath to protect the country. This unyielding battle spirit was also the reason why the people of the Mist remembered the story of the Twin Stars. This was a nation that would never give up. They would only recognize a king who would never surrender. Fake King Fummel. He doesn't deserve to be king. When the news of Fummel's surrender spread, although this anger and doubt spread among the people. From a certain standpoint, the beast men had indeed achieved their goal and dealt a heavy blow to the pride of this nation. In a short period of time, the resistance decreased greatly. Fummel's surrender represented the first time in the history of the Mist royalty had surrendered. This was like a heavy punch that ruthlessly struck the backbone of this nation. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, this backbone that was known as the unyielding will of this nation let out a pitiful cry as if it was about to snap. At the same time, the pitiful cry of all the people of the Mist was accompanied by the spirit and will to resist. But fortunately, the previous king, Roland, appeared and executed Fummel Casso on the spot. He declared that the surrender was invalid and handed the throne to the previous king's only daughter, Princess Glina Casso. The Mist royalty has yet to surrender. Our flag has yet to fall. Antunes' battle is still ongoing. Our king is still fighting. Fortunately, Roland's appearance reignited the flames of resistance and made them burn even more fiercely. Meanwhile, Roland's oath was the beginning of a new rule for this nation. We, the people of the Mist, have never liked war. We swear to never start a war of our own accord. Old Philly, who had jumped off the cliff while carrying the enemy, shouted this oath. He knew that his daughter and granddaughter had died before him, but this time he didn't cry. Instead, he patted his chest and nodded proudly. You killed 2 beasts before you died? Well done. As expected of my Old Philly's son. You guys go first, I'll be right there. We've agreed to meet again in heaven. But if war still comes knocking on our door, we shall let the invaders know the sharpness of our swords. Currently, Emma was already a qualified soldier. In a letter he wrote to his wife, he had already fulfilled this oath. When his comrades checked his belongings and sent him this letter, he had already fulfilled this oath. We do not like war, we do not like war. At this point, we declare that the God of law shall be our national religion. We declare that we will never start a war of our own accord. But if war is truly unavoidable, we shall do everything in our power to protect our homeland. We swear that our people will forever stand at the peak of the Northlands. This short declaration left a new mark in the hearts of this nation. Not only Sluir, but the neighboring Donglan, who are also descendants of the people of the Mist, were also repeating this oath. We shall do everything in our power to protect our homeland. We swear that our people will forever stand at the peak of the Northlands. 174 Night rode on the young frigid maw. Under the advice of the senior Lion King, the young beasts that had hatched ahead of time had already signed a new contract with the young knight. Under the fluttering war flag of the Mist, the new generation of Aurora Knight had already completed their final training. Today was the day that the young Aurora Knight would head to the battlefield to support their people. Under the watchful eyes of their families, under the leadership of the undead seniors of the Aurora Knights, the silver war horses began to float into the sky one after another. The faces of the young knights were still immature, but their arms that held their spears were as steady as a reef. Their gazes were fixed on the distant horizon, where the blood of their kin was flowing. They could not wait to end this war. Let them see what the strongest aerial cavalry squadron in an entire continent looks like. Let them see the pride of the people of the Mist. But when they entered the battlefield, they were destined to become the new focus of the Northlands. Without a doubt, the Aurora Knight, the pride of the people of the Mist, would ignite an even higher flame. And when all the declarations were linked together, when this oath of never going to war transformed into a sword of will that shocked even the gods, the people of the Mist's declaration finally received a response. I, the god of law Wumians, declare that I will protect the people of the Mist. When the holy silver light descended from the clouds, the people of the Mist finally had a true god to protect them. And with the increase in his believers, Wumians finally completed his transformation and obtained a new divine concept, the guardian god of the Northlands. As long as the master of this land still follows the principle of not going to war, I shall protect him forever. I bless him that he will never be conquered. Bless him that he will. A guiding path of light descended. From now on, the people of the Mist Souls would belong to Wumian's divine domain, and the brave warriors who sacrificed themselves for their people would become Valkyrie. No true god would be able to steal the people of the Mist Souls from Wumian's hands. No. Why am I so certain? That's because, Roland, that boulder is too difficult to deal with. You guys hold him back for me. I have an even more important matter to attend to. Where were we? Right? I bless him that he will reach the pinnacle with victory, and bless him that he will enter the Valkyrie Palace after his death. May the scales of justice forever stand above the Northlands. My voice resonated with the voice in the sky. After so many sacrifices, we had finally taken this step. I, the guardian god of law and the Northlands, Wumians, swear to expel all invaders. Not satisfied. Come and fight. Chapter 182. The Protection of a True God. Mortals didn't use such things on the battlefield. Limited by the basic rules of the world, it was impossible for a god to directly interfere. The elves' forest guardian god? He had already used his life to show the consequences of breaking the rules. But for the brave warriors who fought to protect their tribe, this was more than enough. The mortal Mist King Roland announced their glory, while the heavenly Wumians announced that their heroic deeds would be recognized by the world. Even if they died, even if they fell into the river Styx, as long as their glory existed, this was more than enough for the true warriors of the North. And for the beastmen, this was basically asking for their lives. Perhaps the protection of a god was illusory, but when it was truly proven, it would be fatal. What will he do? Will he let the god of law's church participate in the battle? Or will he personally intervene and send down divine punishment? Especially since the beastmen's original guardian god, the war god, had already perished in the last holy war. Without any checks and balances, they were even more afraid of a true god's interference. It's no longer the time to hide. Lund, send your main force. Kagra, your blue-feathered harpy tribe and my blood axe tribe are mixed together. Our warriors lack aerial cavalry and spellcasters to protect them. Hamar, Sostero, don't let your brave knight regret his actions on the edge of the battlefield. Even though they're dismounted, they're still our most elite warriors. Our city climbing warriors like the leadership and command of elites. The tribe leaders who were named all nodded silently, although they were strong and powerful as they occupied the highest ranks of the allied army. They had always been avoiding the fate of having their tribesmen serve as frontline cannon fodder. But when it came time to truly put their lives on the line, they would throw in all their blood. Get rid of him in 2 days. Sound the war drums. I'll personally go into battle. The Blood Axe tribe leader slammed his fist on the conference table. The shattered sandbox of the city seemed to be announcing the city's fate. At this moment, this Beastman King, who was more like a merchant than a king, finally displayed his Beastman vigor. The heavy snow came and went from time to time, but the temperature never went above 0. This damned weather could freeze the exposed organs directly. The night had already darkened, but the number of beastmen surrounding Red Maple City's walls did not decrease. On the contrary, with the return of the Wolf King's army, the number of beastmen attacking the city increased once again. Among them, there were even more wolf riders, known for their agility and prowess in battle. Hundreds of large bonfires served as temporary torches and heating devices. When the orcs realized that there wasn't enough wood, they threw the precious books and art pieces they had plundered into the bonfires as if they were worthless firewood. Meanwhile, in the distant orc camp, the unique sounds of the orcs' rough singing and dancing and war drums could be heard. Damn orcs. They don't even care about us. In fact, this was the exact opposite of the angry humans. This proved that the beastmen had already seen the humans before them as brave warriors like themselves. They sacrificed their ancestors on the battlefield of honor to comfort the souls of the fallen warriors. At the same time, it also meant that they were sacrificing their tribesmen who were about to die in battle. In the eyes of the beastmen who worshipped the war god Herodes, dying in the battlefield of honor wasn't an unacceptable ending. If they died in an epic battle, it would be a blessing from the war god. And so, they sang the war god's name loudly as they calmly met their deaths. They longed for a great battle that would please their ancestors, the Valkyrie. Of course, since Herodes had already fallen in the last holy war, and the current war god Columbus was a member of the human god system, the prayers of the beastmen would never be answered. Their prayers were more like longing and gratitude to their ancestors. They thanked fate for giving them a glorious battlefield and a chance to challenge their own fate. If we win this battle, we can return to the great plains of Bianlua, where the beastmen originated from. It's said that it's inconceivably beautiful. After this battle, I can go back home and get married. In their eyes, the battle was already nearing its end. As long as they got rid of these humans who were obstructing them, they would only be one step away from completing the great work of their ancestors. The first wave of charging beastmen finished making arrangements for their funeral and began to rush to the battlefield. After finishing their sacrifices, they believed that their souls would forever accompany their tribe. On the battlefield, they didn't fear any sacrifices. We admit that these northern humans are brave warriors. Cowards should die in shame. This will be a great battle where only one side can survive, die without fighting. War drums and desolate horns continuously sounded from every corner of the city walls. Songs of praise for war were constantly being sung. This time, the beastmen had been attacking for more than 10 hours. Due to the obstruction of the city walls, the siege easily became a bloody and cruel meat grinder. Since there were only a few warriors on the front lines at the same time, under the attacks of the spellcasters and mage towers, this represented endless cannon fodder and sacrifices. It was already midnight, and the beastmen had more than 120,000 soldiers. The beastmen had long since surrounded this place. Even though the humans had the advantage in numbers and individual power, the humans had the city walls as their cover. This was still the most helpless meat grinder battlefield for the beastmen. The defenders of the city didn't have it easy either. Under the cover of the aerial cavalry and the charge of various gigantic battle beasts, there would be beastmen warriors successfully climbing up the city walls at every moment. Even if they were quickly thrown back down again, the human defenders' sacrifices were destined to be many times greater than the beastmen's. The first layer of the city walls had already fallen into chaos. An entire division would be devoured in the blink of an eye. The first layer of the city wall had already fallen into chaos. If a division went up there, it would be devoured in the blink of an eye. Finally, the first layer of the city walls, which had been constructed by earth mages using stone to mud and stone sculpting spells, began to shake. The Beastmen army also suffered significant losses from the city defense equipment and the defenders. Finally, the first layer of the city walls, which had been constructed by earth mages using stone to mud and stone sculpting spells, began to shake. The Beastmen army also suffered significant losses from the city defense equipment and the defenders. Die. Beastman butchers. A long sword glowing with silver light sliced through the Beastman general's defenses, and the silver light pierced through his body and took his life. Rene unhesitatingly kicked him off the city walls, and the screaming Beastman general finally met his end. Your Highness, Rene. Knights, clear the city area and throw down all the Beastman corpses. Pay attention to the archers. The next wave of attacks is coming. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Rene's tender voice had an irresistible majesty to it. The magical power of war to make people mature was always something to sigh at. After experiencing the tempering of this war and experiencing countless blood and sacrifices, the cruel burden and responsibility made Rene, who had originally been a recruit, mature. She was now a mature commander who could take charge of an area. Your Highness, Rene, all the Beastmen's mammoths have rushed out. The command center has ordered us to abandon the first layer of the city walls and retreat to the inner layer. Retreat? You're telling me to retreat? You actually dare to tell me to retreat? Look at this battle. Look at those brave warriors who sacrificed themselves. We haven't even collected the corpses of our warriors yet. And you dare to tell me to retreat? The messenger was an old acquaintance of René, even though René was right in front of him. As Einrau's second-in-command, he knew that he couldn't retreat at this time. You think I want to retreat? I also want to F***king fight to the death against those beastmen. Our main army has suffered even worse losses. Our earth mages have already used up all their mana, and the city walls are already being destroyed. If this continues and the beastmen break through, it'll be a meaningless massacre. Retreating to the inner layer is the only solution. All right, you can all retreat. I'll show you the confidence of the people of the mist. Timlad, is the train king ready yet? If you delay any longer, I'll chop off your head. Currently doing a full self-inspection. We'll be able to log in 5 minutes. But we can't fight for more than 10 minutes, or else we might self-destruct. All right, Borealis, send me the Titan warriors from afar first. Let our allies hold on for a while longer. When the beastmen's mammoths charged forward again, the city walls were on the verge of collapsing. Countless beastmen swarmed up the city walls, and just as all the city walls were about to collapse, the Night Princess finally gave the final order. Donglan revealed his secret trump card. The gigantic airship started moving again, and the cabin door opened. The prototype Roland Titan warriors flew out together with the rocket. As experimental machines, they had completed their historical mission and were about to explode with their final glory on the battlefield. Asterisk boom. Asterisk 5 Titan warriors landed among the beastmen on the city walls. The beastmen blankly stared at the gigantic beastmen in front of them. The tallest and strongest elephant beastmen only reached the Titan warriors' calves. Since they couldn't carry any heavy equipment, they were no threat to the Iron Giants. The berserk Iron Giants stomped on the beastmen with their feet and slapped them with their palms. These unexpected creatures from the underground finally revealed their true nature. Merciless war machines. You beasts, this is all for my son. He's not even 10 years old yet. The enraged mecha crushed the beastmen in front of it. In the cabin, the enraged volunteer pilot struggled to operate the mecha. The pendant on his chest was a portrait of his family, but now he was the only one left. He had also lost his left leg and could only use this method to take revenge for his hometown. The red warning lights in the cockpit were flashing continuously. From the very beginning, this Titan mech had already reached its final moments. While overloading the mech gave it great combat power, it also turned it into a super explosive that could explode at any moment. Cham, hurry up and come out. It's about to explode. Hurry up and activate the rocket chair. He ignored the Borealis Command Center's words. He noticed a tall centaur wielding a giant halberd killing soldiers. This centaur was a monster that was more than 3 meters tall. With a single slash from its halberd, a large number of soldiers died. Hamar the butcher, I finally found you. Wasn't this the same butcher who had massacred his own hometown? The roaring mecha crushed all the beastmen in its way. Even though the mecha was covered in beastmen, even though someone was using a battle axe to attack the cockpit, Hamar didn't slow down at all. But, foolish piece of metal, weak humans can only rely on such useless things. Every beastman tribe leader was at least at the legend rank. Hamar, who was famed for his outstanding combat power among the tribe leaders, wouldn't be easy to deal with. Hamar was even taller than the Titan warrior mecha when he jumped. Slash! The halberd smashed down, and a giant golden arc brought about death. Along with it, the cockpit and half of the mecha's body also exploded. The sound of an explosion came from behind him. He didn't even look at Hamar, intending to continue his slaughter. However, he never expected that the already collapsed mecha would suddenly reach out with its only remaining handle and grab onto Hamar. The proud centaur tribe leader angrily roared. In front of this terrifying brute force, even its metal arm began to tremble. Only the weak need to rely on such foolish external objects. We beastmen have our own physical bodies, and that's enough for us to dominate the world. We're the high-level species that should occupy the center of the world. In the shattered cockpit, Cham, who was covered in blood, was still fiercely biting down on the control stick with his only remaining teeth. He smiled at the gigantic centaur tribe leader's angry roars and mocking laughter. That was because the red warning light had reached its final moment. The Roland Titan warrior's engine was on the verge of exploding. Is that so? Ha ha! Then I'll show you the determination of a weak human. See you in heaven, Aisha. Nini, Daddy has taken revenge for you. Cham let go of his bloodied teeth and viciously smashed his chin against the red button. In the end, an explosive red light covered everything, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose up from the city wall. Impossible. These were the proud centaur warriors' final words. The weak humans had used their lives to prove their courage. At the very least, they wouldn't need to die alone. Lord Hamar has died in battle. The centaur tribe has begun to flee. Tribe leader Baisaro has died in battle. The attack on the north gate had failed. All of the siege weapons had been destroyed, and reinforcements were unable to arrive. Lord Alothian has died in battle. The attack on the north gate to the south gate has failed. Military advisor Wen has died in battle. The south gate has been routed. To the tribe leader, who was still bathing his wounds, every piece of bad news was like a bolt from the blue. But what could they say? Were they supposed to say that their comrades were exaggerating, that they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Actually, it would be quite difficult for them to even leave the battlefield alive against the humans' furious counterattack. If that terrifying red mushroom cloud had exploded right next to them. Ha ha! Hadn't the powerful Hamar already shown the results? Hamar, what a pity. Treat his family well. After a while, Almon could only sigh and shake his head as he continued cleaning his weapons. Now wasn't the time to be sentimental. Who knew if he would be next? Cham, what a pity. Treat his family well. Does he have no family left? Then let's make rebuilding his home the highest priority. At the same time, Renee also sighed when she learned that only 2 out of the 5 pilots had returned, and that Cham hadn't even activated his rocket seat. Timlad, damn it, are you still not done yet? I'm going to shoot you out of here like a gnome cannon. It's coming. We definitely can't let the Train King overheat. Otherwise, this explosion will be on our side. His energy source is at least 10 times that of a Roland Titan. The entire city wall will be destroyed. The floating battleship finally landed. The cabin door opened, and an even more terrifying war machine walked out. Just its appearance caused all the warriors to tremble in fear. Just what kind of monster is this? The people of Donglan have gone insane. Chapter 183. The rules of war dictated that on the battlefield, practicality was the #1 priority. Appearances and what not were never a consideration. Although humanoid mechas were mighty and domineering, their attacks were relatively simple. Imitating human attacks was also easy to predict, and in order to maintain the balance necessary for walking upright, a large amount of resources and spare parts would be used on the balance of limbs. When the technology was still immature, this was undoubtedly a fatal waste. In that case, what kind of war machine was the most practical? It must have a lot of space to accommodate cannons, and it's best if there's a lot of individual body space to accommodate more weapon parts and members. Let's give up on the resource-wasting walking system. As long as it can kill people, crawling on the ground is acceptable. I think it's best if it has a lot of body parts, and if necessary, it can be disconnected and reassembled. Discarding replaced parts can still be used in battle. That way, our logistics capabilities can be directly upgraded. Because of the existence of spellcasters, the larger the war machine, the easier it is to become a target. It can't be too big, yes, and most importantly, it can't be too tall. After all the opinions were gathered, the deranged engineer completely gave up on the bottom line, and this terrifying war beast, the Train King Prototype Zero. Doubtlessly, that was how Roland named it. The appearance of the assembled parts reminded him of a train as a means of transportation. Now, what appeared in front of the world was such a metal monster. It was a metal monster made of extended horse carriages connected together, and its metal legs, which were modeled after insect limbs, were firmly inserted into the ground. This metal monster that resembled a giant centipede attracted everyone's attention the moment it appeared. A train? Isn't that a centipede? Hermit's astonishment was exactly the same as Roland's. That's right. When this object was truly created, the original shape of the train transformed into something similar to a metal insect. A metal centipede that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. And so, after considering the situation of the future battlefield, the designer, who had long since lost his bottom line, was inspired to directly give up on the inconvenient wheels and choose mechanical blades that were more adaptable to the terrain. Each of its legs was a blade that could attack, and its entire body was filled with all kinds of killing machines. Hermit's surprise was quickly answered. When the giant centipede crawled over the city wall at high speed, the oil pipes on both sides of its body kept spewing flammable oil. Then, as the sparks fell, all the city walls in its path turned into a sea of fire. The sea of fire he created along the way caused the beastmen to howl in pain. When he arrived at the designated location, he stabbed his metal feet into the ground and transformed them into a new metal barrier. Only then did he begin to reveal his true appearance. All of the carriages were opened, and every carriage contained the newest model of gnome cannon. As a divine artifact of the Church of Multiple Turrets, Train King used his actions to show that having more turrets was power. Odd sequence. Fire all cannons. Boom! Boom! The entire battlefield outside the West Gate turned into a sea of fire. As the bombs exploded, countless orcs were blasted away. But at this moment, the beastmen who were still on top of the city walls had already gotten close to Train King. They laughed viciously and angrily, intending to use blood and steel to teach these weak humans what true strength was. The beastmen were confident that, as long as they could get close to Train King, the engineers operating the cannons would be no match for them at all. They would only need 15 minutes to dismantle this expensive toy. But how could Timlad, who was a Grandmaster Demon Beast Engineer, possibly leave behind such an obvious flaw? Cannon, activate. Blades parallel. In an instant, all of the carriage's legs stood up once again. However, their sharp tips transformed into deadly blades, and then these blades began to furiously spin. That wasn't the end. Even sequence, fire flamethrowers. This time, all the carriages in the odd-numbered sequence were opened. The high-powered flamethrowers were quite astonishing, and the beastmen's sweaty faces had already been waiting for a long time. Fire. Fire pillars for 20 seconds. The several dozen-meter-long flamethrower corridor had already become a corridor of despair. Even if a mega-powerful individual tried to charge through the flames, the rotating blades would unhesitatingly follow up with another attack. Damned humans. At this moment, the beastmen who were stuck between a rock and a hard place only had two choices. They could either be stabbed into the blades or become roasted meat. Killing was only one of its uses. The incredibly long body of the carriage was the best barrier and wall. The exhausted beastmen finally had some breathing room. This moving steel wall acted as a barrier on the battlefield. All of the exhaust pipes began to spew out large amounts of steam in the gaps in the battlefield that had been cleared out. This Train King's energy consumption was far too high. In just a few short minutes, all of its components and engines were overheated. The engineers were pouring water on the overheated engines, urgently cooling them down. The beast men discovered this temporary emptiness. Just as they were hesitating about charging forward again. What awaited them was an even more frightening despair. Muskets, muskets, get ready. The most despairing scene was right before their eyes. The engineers raised their muskets, and the magical swordsmen actually jumped onto the carriages of the Train King and began to prepare their magic. The flashing firebirds began to gather fireballs. Perhaps the fireballs weren't very powerful, but with several hundred fireballs exploding at the same time, who could possibly dodge them? Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk one fireball after another arced through the air, and one musket after another shot out fatal sparks. The firepower of the new generation left the beast men in despair. That short distance of 20 meters was the difference between life and death. The regret of being just one step away accompanied them to their deaths. Fireballs exploded one after another, and the continuous explosions stole the attention of the beast men. Large areas of no man's land were cleared out, and the mages, who were the kings of war, had an explosive increase in power. Finally, the beast men tribe leaders were unable to restrain themselves any longer. Under tribe leader Kagra's leadership, a large number of harpies covered the castle walls like a dark cloud. Together with them was the dragon knight that had luckily escaped last time. The green dragon Osmonia and his wolf tribe's dragon knight Kakaji had once again made a comeback. The beastmen army was now going all out, using what little remaining of their aerial forces they had. Shoot down that dragon knight! If this beast of war had any weaknesses, apart from the fact that it couldn't move for too long, it would be that it was too focused on dealing with ground units and lacked the ability to deal with air units. Renee instantly saw through the harpies' weaknesses. They lacked strength, and most of their spears were made of wood. Even if they could pose a threat to humans, they would be of limited threat to the Train King, who had a body of steel. As for the ability to cast spells in the air, the harpies would enter a trance state required for casting spells while flapping their wings so that they wouldn't fall off. If they had such skills, why didn't they just directly become archmages? Only that dragon knight is a threat. Kill him. Currently, the Night Princess was no longer just the commander of the western castle walls. Although she hadn't been promoted many ranks due to her outstanding performance on the battlefield, her military achievements were far more effective than any military rank. She had long since become the commander of this area's defense, but at this moment, her orders received no response. That green dragon knight was far too cautious. He flew too high, and all arrows and magic were unable to reach him. According to the knight's past battle tactics, whenever the battle became tense, he would launch a surprise attack at a low altitude. The poisonous mist that the dragon spat out would be abnormally deadly. Perhaps it wouldn't have any significant impact on the battle, but it would definitely deal a heavy blow to the city's morale. And this time his target was naturally Train King. Obviously, this time he intended to use the harpies as cover and launch another surprise attack amidst the chaos. After several days of fighting, the human Griffin Knight had suffered heavy losses. Those that could fly had already taken off to fight. At this point in the war, what mattered more was willpower and confidence. Woo! But this time the green dragon knight's surprise attack was intercepted. Lord Timir. That's right. The gigantic bone dragon suddenly flew out of the city and shot itself out like a cannonball. The green dragon was sent rolling in the air from the impact. But right after that, the bone dragon, which was covered in wounds, fell straight down. As the commander of the aerial cavalry, Timir and his dragon knight, who always took the lead, had suffered heavy injuries. It took all of their strength just to be able to fly. And while that beastman knight was still trying to regain his balance, the Grim Reaper had already come knocking on his door. The Night Princess was already standing behind him. As one of the few aerial cavalrymen with flying mounts, Renee wasn't confident that she could defeat the powerful Dragon Knight in a direct confrontation. However, seizing opportunities to launch surprise attacks was her forte. Die. There was no such thing as luck on the battlefield. The chaotic situation of the battle allowed the strong and the weak to turn the tables everywhere. Before the Dragon Knight, Kakaki, could even turn his head around, Renee's long sword had already slashed down. The flying head was still dripping blood in the air, and the expression of complete disbelief was still on his face. His furious eyes were still filled with shock. The powerful Dragon Knight, Kakaki, had fallen just like that. Woo! Discovering through the contract that his master had died, the pain before his death was transmitted over. The young green dragon, Osmonia, held in pain, but he would soon no longer be sad. Renee's hands were covered in blood as she raised the long spear on her back. The dragon slayer that she received from Longtu Basra gathered a green bloody glow on it. Then she stabbed it into the green dragon's skull. Ayo! The green dragon screamed in pain as he flapped his wings weakly. The natural enemy, the dragon slayer, pierced deeper and deeper into the skull. He could only welcome the inevitable end of his life. As the dragon's blood splattered everywhere, Renee had also completed her own Dragon Slayer feat. The Dragon Slayer Renee, the Night Princess. In the eyes of the world, when the Northlands met with a calamity, just like countless other times in history, another young ruler stood up. The cheers of the soldiers on the battlefield allowed the young female knight to completely break away from her status as a pretty face in the eyes of the world. Now, her reputation as a night princess would truly come true. Renee jumped in midair, and Frigid Maw caught her on his flying horse. She couldn't believe her own eyes as she watched the falling green dragon. Father, I did it. I'm no longer a useless, pretty-faced princess. I can protect my own people and the Mist Kingdom now. For some reason, Renee suddenly thought of a certain man who wasn't currently on the battlefield. If he knew, would he praise me or scold me for being reckless? I think that if it was His Highness Roland, he would probably scold you first, and then find a reason to reward you as if nothing had happened. But he probably wouldn't have the kind of reward you wanted. Frigid Maw's following words caused Renee's face to instantly redden. Only now did she remember the trouble of having a telepathic connection. He's coming again, be careful. A bird that stood out had its own troubles. The other Dragon Knight ambushed Renee, and even though she was thousands of meters away, she could still feel his bone-piercing hatred. However, even Rain herself did not expect that when danger was right in front of her, the corners of her mouth would curl up into a smile. She licked her lips with her fragrant tongue. She was enjoying the thrill of life and death. She was enjoying this battlefield. However, her heart was filled with doubt. As the battle progressed, she mysteriously felt excited, and her mind became clearer. The beastmen's dying screams made her feel joy from the bottom of her heart. It was as if she was born for battle, and the face-to-face slaughter was awakening her dormant talent. She loved this place. She loved hearing the screams of her enemies, and she loved seeing the flowing blood. That mysterious excitement made her feel like her entire body was burning up. If this could still be explained by the excitement of entering the battlefield for the first time, then the obvious increase in her strength was rather puzzling. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Anyway, it should be a good thing. That idiot over there, isn't the boiling oil ready yet? Throw it down and kill those beastmen. During the interval of the battle, the knights were exchanging their opinions excitedly, sighing that the princess was indeed a descendant of the mist. She had undergone such a huge change in the battle. In the eyes of some of the worried ones, the change that couldn't be seen by the naked eye was so obvious. The scarlet glow of blood flickered continuously in Renee's eyes. The souls of those who died in the battle had no possibility of returning to the cycle of reincarnation. They were absorbed into Renee's body amidst their sorrowful cries. As they continued to eat, the huge black wings that couldn't be seen by the naked eye grew larger and larger. In the shadows, a pair of eyes filled with worry was looking at her. The hesitation on the face was very obvious. Perhaps others couldn't see it, but the black wings couldn't be more obvious in her eyes. Are they also demonkin? Damn it. Roland, just as you expected, there are also demonkin on Renee's side. This is the worst possible outcome. Looking at this aura and the talent of soul devouring, they're at least direct descendants of a demon lord. The situation is quite obvious. Both the mist descendants are descendants of the Abyss Prince Cavendish. Cavendish, what did you do? Far away in the labyrinth, I was furious after hearing this news. However, Valkyrie Cavendish shook her head innocently. What? I didn't do anything. I was just helping you kill people. Chapter 184. The biting cold, northern winds blew across the land of the elves. The rapid change in the unnatural temperature difference caused the entire region's weather to fluctuate. When the cold current and the warm current converged, under a series of effects, stormy weather that had never been seen before began to strike the elven kingdom. The rain poured down, making it difficult to see. The usually dry and comfortable region was suddenly attacked by heavy rain, which was bound to cause a series of troubles. But in reality, this was only the beginning. And when the deadly cold took over this region, the storm transformed into a deadly hailstorm and snowstorm. After unnaturally distorting the natural climate for thousands of years, the entire elven kingdom suffered the cruelest revenge of nature. Unlike the other northern countries, the elves didn't have the experience or ability to resist the cold. They didn't even have the necessary heavy clothing and firewood reserves to resist the cold. Relying solely on magical flames would quickly drain the mage's magic power, which wasn't much. The hailstorm and snowstorm made this winter 100 times more difficult. The thinly dressed elves were about to face their cruelest test. If the elven kingdom remained as chaotic as it was now, and if they didn't receive timely help, it was likely that not more than 1/10 of the elves would pass this test. And now, the rulers had no time to fight against the snowstorm. On the increasingly cruel icy battlefield, an incredibly cruel elven civil war was underway. A prince was under house arrest. After killing 2 generals, the king of the Tassel Kingdom successfully took control of the main forces of the 4 kingdoms. Of course, it was impossible to deal with all the loose ends in such a hurry, and there would be endless trouble in the future. There's no point in thinking so much. If we can't win this battle, there won't be a future. Awareness was good, but reality was cruel. Still, this battle wasn't going to be easy. The moment the battle began, bad news kept arriving like snowflakes. The Moonblade Squadron was ambushed by the Dark Elves' Bloodblade Squadron. More than half of them were killed, and they've been forced out of the battlefield. Our Pegasus Knight and Hippogriphon Knight aren't a match for those black dragons at all. We need the support of high-level aerial knights. The cursed black-skinned elves should have been exiled for 10,000 years. They're all superior elves. Damn it, our average combat power has been suppressed. We need high-level mages. They're ignoring the magic of apprentice mages. Damned dark elf assassins. Archmage Malads and his students all died in battle, and the other 3 kingdoms' court mages refused to participate in the battle. We're being suppressed by the enemy's priests and mages in terms of spellcasters. We actually lost in terms of spellcasters. Tell those mages not to use low-level magic. Have they forgotten about the anti-magic skin of the Dark Elves? Morale, numbers, war preparations, war machinery, and high-level combat power were far inferior to the Dark Elves in every aspect. The exhausted Elf Alliance, who had marched back and forth for thousands of miles, encountered the Dark Elf army, who had been waiting patiently for them. The moment the battle began, they were completely suppressed. However, an even bigger problem followed closely behind. The 2nd Legion of San Lorenzo refuses to carry out your orders. They want to see their prince. The semi-god shaman, Samama, requested to meet with you. He's probably asking about the assassination attempt on their general. Your Majesty Adrian, would you agree to meet with him? Adrian's hasty emergency measures hadn't been completed yet, and rumors had already spread like wildfire. If it weren't for the fact that they were currently in a state of emergency, and if it weren't for the fact that they were facing the mortal enemies of their species, the armies of the 3 countries would have already begun to turn their guns on them. Why can't you all understand? Do you all think that I enjoy using such dirty methods? Do you think that I won't be hurt by Swanna's sacrifice? That's my precious only daughter. Why did I sacrifice so much for her? I did it for the entire elf tribe. Why can't you idiots understand? Why? His Highness Elf King Adrian was furiously venting his anger in his royal tent. He had already smashed all the decorations and porcelain in his tent, but after venting his anger, he could only blankly watch as the situation in front of him worsened even further. There was endless internal strife, and the elf army was pressuring his borders. He had been forced to the brink by both internal and external troubles. But I didn't do anything wrong. I definitely didn't do anything wrong. It's all the fault of those idiots. Even now, he still believed that he hadn't done anything wrong. Suddenly, a trusted aide sent him a short letter. After skimming through it, Adrian's expression drastically changed. He paused for a moment, but then he suddenly laughed. If you're heartless, then I'll be unjust. I did it for the sake of the entire elf tribe. It's all your fault for not understanding me. So, don't blame me even if we reach the river Styx. Right, Roland, I've recently fallen in love with chess as well. So I've given you a small present. I hope you'll like it. Cavendish. When Eliza suddenly sent me this message, I was quite astonished. Apart from being astonished by the contents of this message, I was even more astonished by the source of this message. It was evident that Cavendish knew quite a bit about me through certain channels. Cavendish directly contacted your main body? Does he know that you're one of us? Is your side still safe? The Chaos faction doesn't have that many rules. More accurately speaking, apart from a few demon lords, everyone else isn't interested in the holy war at all. They'll naturally be satisfied if they can go to the mortal plane and start a massacre. But if they're asked to carefully plot plots and distinguish between friend and foe, that'll be too difficult for those demon lords who only have muscles for brains. Right now, most demons are still busy fighting against their own kind. Relax, I'll be fine. In fact, since I recently completed a direct mission from the will of the Chaos Abyss, it's possible for me to level up even further. Since the Chaos faction was already a mass of chaos, it was only natural that there was no so-called order or organization. It was normal for the demon lords to have their own territories. Demons at the level of Earl and above would have their own territories. This was just as I expected. Otherwise, even though the Chaos main gods had twice the number of Order main gods, and their overall combat strength far surpassed Order main gods, the Chaos faction still maintained an abnormal balance of power. It was definitely true that the strong were the rulers, but since they were already strong, why would they obediently listen to orders and fight? For the Chaos faction, internal conflicts of interest were the true enemies. Since the Chaos faction hadn't come looking for Eliza yet, at the very least she was safe. Even a demon prince wouldn't possibly start a war against a demon marchioness without making any preparations. Eliza's words helped me relax. But when I carefully thought about the contents of this message, I became even more confused. A small gift? What could it be? Since the demon prince personally intervened, and he even proudly showed off to me, then this must be quite a big deal. There shouldn't be many things left on the battlefield that can turn the situation around. Something must have happened over there. Elves? Red Maple City? Antune? Definder? The human Central Plains? There were far too many choices and possibilities, making it impossible for me to make a decision. However, someone was unable to watch this any longer. Roland, stop fooling around. We can't last much longer here. All right then. Adam was finally unable to watch this any longer. He angrily reminded me that I was currently in the middle of a bitter battle. At this moment, the gigantic obsidian statue had transformed into a heavily armored black scorpion. Its gigantic body was directly buried in the ground, and its single eye was glowing with a dark green viciousness. Its fatal poisonous stinger was still on the ground, searching for its prey. This guy is too ridiculous. Just how many more times can he transform? Fighting against Androken was a never-ending nightmare. Every time I slightly got used to his fighting style, the moment I gained the upper hand, Androken would immediately transform and start a new attack. A stone giant with a sword and shield combination, a stone eagle that could glide at high speed, a stone sword saint that could swiftly play with dozens of weapons, a stone guardian that was slow yet strong, and so on. All sorts of attacks were displayed. Androken had basically reached the pinnacle of physical attacks. Insignificant, short-lived species. I've experienced countless years in battles. I've seen countless powerful fighting styles. My special body structure allows me to imitate all sorts of inconceivable fighting styles. My physical body will never tire. No matter how much effort you put into it, you'll still fall before me in the end. Androken's low, angry roar contained an indescribable emotion. He was quite annoyed that he couldn't defeat Androken after so long. Relax, my dear mortal heroes. I can sense that the dimensional door is closing and his elemental power is weakening. He won't be able to last much longer. My powerful mortal allies, victory is right before us. At the very least, I can drag all of you down with me. The two furious elemental gods fiercely fought against each other, but there were two completely opposite possibilities in front of us. However, I knew that the truth wasn't what Camdron had said, saying that the earth elemental god was about to die, nor was it what Androken himself had said, saying that he would never be able to defeat Androken. The closing of the dimensional door meant that all of Androken's investments would be for naught. He was currently weakening, but as the oldest of the four elemental gods, he was far from reaching his limit. This was destined to be a long and drawn-out battle, and the slightest mistake could lead to his death. However, there were some things that couldn't be hidden. Every time Androken transformed and suffered losses, he would lose the earth element that made up his body. The current him was no longer able to absorb elemental power from the dimensional door to replenish his body. He was destined to become weaker and weaker. Meanwhile, our side also suffered significant losses. Adam, who was the main meat shield, was heavily injured, while Valkyrie Cavendish and Roland had already returned. They hadn't returned naturally, but had dissipated due to our attacks. And the most ironic part was that Valkyrie Cavendish had been crushed by a giant rock in order to protect Valkyrie Roland, and then Valkyrie Roland had automatically been unsummoned. And right now, Roland was racking his brains for the sake of Cavendish. When you're annoyed, make others annoyed as well. Who knows? When you see others in trouble, your mood will naturally improve. Suddenly, something that someone had said popped up in my mind. So I started to speak too. Androken, are you really proud of your indefinite form? True experts all have their own paths. What is your path? Is it just to keep changing? Or should I call you the slime god, not the earth elemental god? You coward who only knows how to talk. I will definitely tear you to shreds. This reaction can only mean that you have a guilty conscience. Do you only know how to say such empty words? Right, your warrior monk's form is quite fierce. Just which master did you imitate? I wonder if you have the confidence to defeat that master. Could it be that you're imitating him because you can't defeat him? His single eye was filled with bone-piercing hatred, but he didn't reply. It was obvious that I had touched his sore spot, and so the stone scorpion attacked even more viciously. Hey, can you not add oil to the fire? I'm the one acting as a meat shield. Adam was far too useful as a meat shield. Even Camdron often used him to block attacks. At this moment, my leeching was coming to an end, and all the preparations were complete. Activate. Seal of the four elements. The elements mutually reinforced and countered each other. This was the most basic rule of this world, and the most powerful seal in this world was probably the one that imitated the natural circulation of the elements. As long as this seal was activated, the four elements would start circulating, and it would be like a real world with no exit. Since we were destined to face the elemental gods, how could we not make preparations? When Marguerite found this ancient seal from an ancient text, we met with a small problem. If we want to seal a powerful elemental or magical creature, do we need to find at least 3 elemental powers of the same level? Androken is an elemental god. So where are we going to find 3 elemental gods? But to be honest, perhaps Mdiroken deserved to be unlucky. Coincidentally, we actually managed to find the 3 keys that we needed so quickly. Flame C. Martianus Seal of Fire. Eliza, who had obtained the divine power of the fire element, gave her origin power to me. Although she didn't have much fire origin power in her reserves, it was indeed fire origin power on the same level as Mdiroken's. Stone Villa Ocean Bottle. The ancient sea god Stone Villa was inconceivably powerful. Even the water elemental god was only his wife and follower god. Although she didn't have much divine power in her reserves, in terms of quality, she was still superior to Mdiroken's. But in the end, we met with some trouble. The power of the wind element was indeed difficult to find. Originally, we only intended to use Adam's Titan lightning to barely make do with it, but this time we had an even better choice. Camdrin, we're just waiting for you. Let's complete the seal of the 4 elements and send Mdiroken to eternal rest. Chapter 185. Countless magical runes on the ground lit up one by one. The sword energy carvings on the walls also followed predetermined trajectories. After the 2 elemental treasures were in place, the entire cave lit up. Hearing my shout, Camdion's first reaction wasn't to agree or sigh. His eyes, which were filled with lightning, stared right at me. The panic in his eyes was so obvious that I instantly understood what was going on. Relax, we're allies. How could I possibly seal you? Besides, in order to seal you, I'll need a god-level earth element ingredient. Where am I supposed to go find it? Camdrin turned his head in that direction. His meaning was obvious. Wasn't Androken in front of him a god-level earth element ingredient? Sealing 2 elemental gods at the same time? You're making things too difficult for me. If we were at such a level, we wouldn't need your help. Do you think we're foolish enough to need your help to seal you? That's completely illogical. All right then. I tried everything I could to convince Camdrin that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he finally nodded and agreed. While we continued to slack off, the pitiful Adam was already being beaten up by the furious Androken. No, it should be said that Androken finally wanted to leave. Meanwhile, our job class meat shield Adam stuck close to him and harassed him like a ghost. Since things had already reached this point, how could I possibly let him leave? Actually, when all the magical runes in this room lit up, it was already too late for him to leave. When Camdrin hesitated and prepared the final key, the thunderstorm transformed into a teardrop that dripped onto the ground. With a crisp drip, the entire world began to change. The powerful feeling of being in another world made everyone instinctively feel incredibly uncomfortable. When the 3 god-level materials resonated with each other, Immortal Lorcan, who was unable to escape, would be at the center of the triangle. His elemental heart was resonating with the 3 materials, and together they constructed a small elemental world that was constantly circulating. According to the principles of the sealing spell mentioned in the ancient scroll, this seal only borrowed the basic characteristics of the elements to construct the world. For the elemental life, it was their nature to construct matter. It was just like breathing instinct. There was no way to avoid it, or even refuse it. This was also the reason why Camdion was so afraid. If we wanted to use this opportunity to seal him, it wouldn't be completely impossible. At the very least, it wouldn't be wrong to make more preparations. I had also prepared a plan to seal him at the same time. Of course, there was no need to turn hostile now. If it weren't for his help, it would be impossible for us to stall Ondroken for so long. However, scaring the wind elemental god would also be beneficial to our future cooperation. At the very least, he would think about the consequences before he betrayed us for benefits again. Camdren's losses? Who cared what he wanted to do? He deserved to be unlucky. It was his own fault for tailing me. Ondroken, you finally have such a day. I've been waiting for this day. Let me watch you get sealed. But judging from his delighted laughter, I knew that I was obviously overthinking things. As long as Ondroken could be defeated, Camdren would obviously be willing to pay any price. But at this moment, Ondroken suddenly began laughing maniacally. You want to seal me? Dream on. Even if I die, I won't let you have a good time. That familiar maniacal laughter immediately reminded me of certain existences, such as gnomes that were forced to their limits by the town security, gnomes that were willing to die for money, and gnomes that gambled with explosives. And so, the next second, I pulled Adam in front of me and hid behind Camdren. You're trying to screw me over again. All right then, should I say that he was already used to being screwed over? Even though he was complaining, he didn't move at all, perfectly fulfilling his job requirement as a meat shield. Asterisk boom. Asterisk before he could finish a sentence. The rumbling explosion caused the entire labyrinth to collapse. The sandstorm that was kicked up blinded everyone's eyes, and the wind and rubble that were kicked up by the explosion caused Adam to scream in pain. I knew that you didn't have any good intentions. You're a professional at screwing over your teammates. Cough. I ignored that guy who was used to complaining and focused on the windstorm god before me. Is Ondroken dead? Based on what you meet men say, his physical body and soul have both been destroyed, so he's indeed dead. But for an elemental god, that's probably just returning to the earth elemental plane. But this time he self-destructed his physical body and killed himself. It'll be impossible for him to recover his power level without at least 100 or 200 years of rest. And when he makes a comeback, he'll be nothing. Camdren laughed maniacally as he transformed into human form, his expression filled with pride. Being able to kill his mortal enemy, any price he paid would be worth it. At the very least, he was now one step closer to the peak of the elemental plane. I nodded and didn't say anything else. I carefully put away the 4 god equipment materials that I had saved. 4? Yep, 4. Apart from the ocean bottle and the seal of fire, I also put away Camdren's tear of thunder and the earth-colored elemental heart that Ondroken had left behind. Camdren was tempted as he looked at these small materials, but I waved them at him and pointed at the magic runes that were gradually dimming. My meaning was obvious. You're nothing. The spell formation is ready-made. Do you want to try it? Or do you intend to self-destruct, just like Ondroken? All right, I could only think of these words in my heart. But judging from Camdren's expression that was getting colder and colder, my threat had undoubtedly been delivered. A traitor would never be trusted. If he could betray once for a certain benefit, he would naturally betray a second time for a greater benefit. From the very start, I had made preparations for him. All right, Lord Camdren, can you bring us out of here? But sometimes, even if there was a grudge between us, it was better not to shed all pretense of cordiality on the surface. In that case, as allies, wouldn't the heads of major countries, who were rumored to use destructive weapons to aim at each other's capitals, smile whenever they met? Of course, I'm never stingy with my allies. Come on up, my friend. Thus, Camdren, who had transformed into a storm, easily brought us out of the labyrinth. However, near the entrance of the labyrinth, we met Marguerite, who had been waiting for a long time. When she saw us coming out, she heaved a sigh of relief. Your Highness, Lord Marguerite was the one who teleported us out. It was a pity that we were unable to locate your coordinates, so we were unable to send reinforcements. But since you successfully came out, as she said, then you should have already won, right? I nodded and took out the earth elemental heart. In an instant, the knights' cheers were deafening. Even though the crumbling of the earth elemental labyrinth foretold the fall of Ondroken, when the boulder that had been pressing down on everyone's hearts was finally removed. Everyone's taut heartstrings finally relaxed. Well done. Without you all closing the earth elemental door, it would have been impossible for us to win. When we return, I will reward you. However, my praise received a strange reaction. Everyone in front of me looked at each other, as if they wanted to say something, but no one replied even after a long while. In the end, it was Marguerite who spoke up. How could it be that easy to close the earth elemental door? If we weren't careful, the entire labyrinth would have been blown up into the sky or transferred to another world. We only isolated it for a short period of time, but this seems to be enough. Hearing this, I paused in surprise for a moment before revealing a bitter smile. Omdroken died such a pitiful death. If he had calmed down a bit, perhaps he would have seen through it. Forcefully summoning the elements was no longer difficult for him, and he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Forget it, it's already over, so there's no need to think too much about it. In that case, should we go down again to close the earth elemental door? However, Marguerite smiled and shook her head. There's no need. The dimensional doors are maintained by Omdroken's divine power. Since he's dead, it's only natural that the dimensional doors will collapse. I nodded, just as I was about to introduce Camdron to everyone. The wind elemental god beat me to it. Human ally, let's have a proper discussion after everything is over. From a weak human insect to a tiny meat man, and then to a human ally, even the way he referred to himself was constantly changing. From a certain standpoint, no matter if Camdron was the wind elemental god or the wind elemental god, he was indeed frighteningly realistic. However, since everything was going smoothly for us right now, and we had the absolute advantage, I no longer had to worry about what tricks he would play. Just as I heaved a sigh of relief, my ring vibrated, sending me the latest battle news. Roland, an incredibly powerful earthquake, suddenly occurred. Red Maple City's walls have collapsed. An entire line is in a state of emergency. Can you think of something? Hearing this urgent call for help and hearing the crying and shouting on the other side, I knew that the situation was dire. You want to seal me away? Dream on. Even if I die, I won't let you have a good time. For some reason, Omdroken's crazed screams before his death still echoed in my ears. Obviously, this was his true revenge. Marguerite, you should have Red Maple City's coordinates, right? Can you teleport me there? It's enough to teleport only one person. Just as Omdroken's physical body collapsed, a piece of rubble in a Mont Bloodaxe tent suddenly transformed, and an incorporeal giant covered in starlight walked out. As he walked, the starlight on his physical body continuously dissipated. Camdron's judgment was correct. Omdroken was already walking towards death. Right now, he was nothing more than the last remnant of his soul. From the very start, the Earth Elementals had been a Mont Bloodaxe tribe's allies. That was why Omdroken had cut off a portion of his own arm in order to deal with the upcoming battle. That portion of his physical body turned into rubble, and he gave it to the Earth Elementals as his final trump card. At the very end, you can summon my power. Remember, only at the very end. Otherwise, I'll take out my anger on you first. At this moment, as immortal Lorcan watched his divine power continuously dissipate, he knew that he didn't have much time left. Damned humans! Even if I'm destined to die, I'll drag all of you down with me. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk after a series of explosions, the nearby beastmen suffered heavy losses. Because of this, Omdroken, who had once again self-destructed his physical body, was willing to risk everything in order to take his final revenge. Foolish humans, I, Omdroken, shall make you tremble as you walk towards destruction. Riot, Earth, I am your master. Show me your final loyalty, and let those damned city walls turn into rubble and bricks under my wrath. And so, when Omdroken lost his entire physical body and returned to the Earth elemental plane covered in injuries, His hibernation period had been extended to the point where he could directly wait for the next holy war. The powerful earthquake he brought about was destined to bring the most terrifying destruction. And this was only the beginning. Countless earth elementals emerged from the ground. Their goal was to destroy the enemies of the Earth Elemental Master. Red Maple City's Defensive Line Emergency. Chapter 186. Fortress walls and castles were once the symbol of the Middle Ages in a certain world. However, due to the rise of modern weapons, they gradually declined and became the tears of the times. The bombardment of the organized air force, the long-range attack of the artillery, the large-scale destruction of strategic weapons, and the forceful breaking of the steel torrent could all render these immovable barriers meaningless. Therefore, in the relatively peaceful modern era, these magnificent wonders that had played a huge role in countless wars in history and played a significant strategic role had also changed from a military location to a tourist attraction open to the world. Times change. As technology improves and new species appear, the original iron laws of war will become useless. No matter how sturdy a fortress is, it will still become a tourist attraction in the end. That was what I had always been thinking. Perhaps due to the differences between the magical and technological civilizations, there wouldn't be identical tanks and bombers in this generation. However, a large number of high-level aerial knights would still be able to ignore city walls and throw destructive weapons. As the engineers' technology improved, it wouldn't be impossible for a magical civilization to create a steel army. As for strategic weapons of destruction, hadn't forbidden spells always existed? Although there were very few forbidden spell mages, and even fewer dared to use forbidden spells, it wasn't impossible for powerful and common magic spells to appear as magical civilization continued to develop. At the very least, I had come up with several insanely powerful weapons that could be used on the battlefield based on the creations of my previous world. For example, Undead Calamity Virus, Heavy Radiation Liquid Slimes, Fortress Continental Destroyer, Mutated Poison Gas Cough. As a pacifist, it would be best to seal those obviously anti-human and shameless things until the end of the world. Returning to the main topic, I came to a conclusion that was inconceivably different from the mainstream view based on my judgment. Future wars will also enter a new era without city walls. That was why, unlike the Slewer Kingdom, which focused all of its resources on building fortress defenses, no matter if it was in the past or in Donglan, I unhesitatingly gave up on the time-consuming and laborious construction of city walls. Instead, I focused all of my resources on new technologies, new troop types, and actual combat. Defensive warfare with solid city walls as the foundation is highly likely to be swept into the trash heap of history in this holy war. However, that time of change was definitely not now. Fortresses and castles seemed to be purely passive fortifications, but they were extremely important in the era of cold weapons. Whether it was against the surprise attacks of the nomadic cavalry or against the beasts that came hunting at night, they could play an irreplaceable role in the core of the strategy. Defending and attacking the city had become the standard procedure of countless wars. It was no longer just a defensive barrier in reality, but also a psychological fortress. The residents living in the city would feel safe and secure from the bottom of their hearts when they saw the towering city walls. Even though there was a new era of innovative sources of fire, it wasn't truly popularized. Furthermore, it wasn't that easy for humans to change their mindset. In the eyes of most people, the equation of losing a city was still there. At this time, Red Maple's line of defense was equivalent to the psychological support of the humans. If anything happened to him, it's all over. We have no hope. We are all going to die. The one who screamed out words of despair wasn't a useless coward. This general had just killed more than 10 beastmen in melee combat, and he didn't even have time to bandage his wounds. However, when he screamed, he sounded just like a useless deserter who was forced to serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Not all of the city walls had been destroyed in that earthquake. However, there were countless openings that allowed the beasts to freely enter the sheep pens to hunt. The city walls had already lost their purpose. the city walls are gone was equivalent to the war has already been lost. This was the iron rule in his heart, and the collapse of his psychological defenses caused this warrior to fall into despair. There were many warriors like him. Even the most resolute of warriors would first think that this war had already been lost. Fighting against the beastmen who had the advantage in numbers, their individual strength and morale would be completely suppressed. This was suicidal from the very start. Never underestimate the experience and wisdom of the long-lived species. Omdroken, who seemed like he wasn't good at thinking, originally had a cunning appearance. Even though he was involved in the game of chess, he had always been observing the overall situation. He didn't directly interfere, but he had always been trying his best to understand the situation of the war. Thus, when he was destined to fail, he ruthlessly stabbed a knife into the human's biggest weakness at this critical juncture. He always knew that once Red Maple City fell, it would be the human's most painful wound. If Red Maple City fell, there would be no more obstacles in the vast plains after it. This would inevitably cause the entire battlefield to lose balance, and the entire human allied army would fall into an avalanche of consecutive defeats. At that time, the beastmen could even turn around and encircle Antun again, and he would naturally be able to take his revenge. Hurry up and run. The beastmen have entered the city. I can't accept this. We've already fought to this point. But, fortunately, not everyone had already given up hope. Or, it could be said that a certain princess's foolishness was quite a headache, but her personality of never giving up until the very last moment was still quite likable. The fluttering battle flag hadn't fallen, and the people of the Mist had already faced countless desperate situations. Even the massacre of the entire city didn't scare them. So what could they do if only the city walls were broken? Abandon the outer city walls and retreat to the inner city. The wounded go first, and those who can stand block those beasts for me. Angry roars that still carried a hint of childishness echoed in the sky above the city. The warriors began to realize their mistake, and finally the confused warriors began to move. We've already experienced countless bloody battles. Now is not the time to give up. The crumbling outer city walls were immediately abandoned. Most of the residents were already in the inner city, and the ones that needed to be evacuated were mainly the wounded. As for the defending soldiers who had been crushed under the collapsed city walls, they didn't have the time to clean up the rubble. The more critical the moment, the more important the trump card was. Finally, the Donglan people threw out their final trump card. Great Judgment. The God Equipment Primal Codex was activated, and a silver holy light instantly enveloped the entire city. All beastmen who were guilty of invading would be subjected to multiple negative statuses, such as having their freedom restricted, incorporeal shackles on their feet, weapons locked, and so on. But unfortunately, before Wumians became the guardian god of the Northlands, the Church of Law originally had no reason to interfere in this battle. Only Renee and a few other members of the Law Job class were present in Red Maple City, and the powerful buffs that increased their power levels didn't have much of an effect. But just the effect of restraining the beastmen was enough. In this crucial moment, every minute that the beastmen were delayed would allow more warriors to retreat to the inner city, and more warriors would be able to reorganize their defensive positions. Notify the Borealis to fire at full power. We need reinforcements. Overload the Train King and give these damned beastmen a present. In times of danger, the role of a pillar of support became even more apparent. She didn't need to have much wisdom or experience. As long as she was able to calm herself down and come up with countermeasures, it would be enough to calm everyone down. The chaos at the western gate began to be pacified. Under everyone's regretful gazes, the overloaded Train King was thrown off the city wall. Asterisk boom. Asterisk another mushroom cloud slowly rose up on the battlefield. The violent explosion even blew the city gate away, but the beastmen who intended to pass through were instantly turned into dust. The huge ditch created by the explosion could be used as a moat. At this moment, Everyone was being taken away from the crumbling city wall by the floating airship. They were preparing to rebuild the defenses in the inner city. Finally, the crumbling city wall completely collapsed, and the fallen wall even crushed quite a few beast men. On the floating airship, Renee was silently cursing as she looked at the ruins. Damned beast men! I want your souls to forever struggle in pain in the river Styx. What did I say? What is the river Styx? If she could look in a mirror, Renee would probably be even more astonished. The current Renee had blood-red eyes, and the black, wing-shaped mist behind her was beginning to materialize, and behind her, an illusory black figure was laughing maniacally. Haha, the seed has finally sprouted. Night had fallen, but the mage guild in Antoon was still bustling with activity. In the plaza in front of the mage tower, several hundred mages were busy. Countless magical runes were inscribed on the ground, and large amounts of precious resources were being consumed. The paint used was dragon's blood, which couldn't be bought with money. Precious magical goblets of fire were being used for illumination, and archmages were lying on the ground as they studied the rarely seen magical runes. You're still not done. Do you think that ultra-long distance accurate teleportation is easy? Let me tell you, this is no different from accurately opening a door to another dimension. If there's even the slightest difference, you'll be thrown into another dimension. Sit properly and stop shaking. I'm going to calculate your weight. The mages passing by kept covering their mouths as they snickered. It was no wonder that they were acting like this. My current appearance was bound to become a new humiliation. The cold wind kept blowing, but my entire body was trembling. I was only wearing a pair of underwear. Let me be clear, I wasn't infected by Shueti. Stop shaking. How am I supposed to measure your weight like this? Oh my, your weight is still over the limit. You're beyond my abilities. You still need to lose weight. Currently, my entire body was covered in strange runes drawn in dragon's blood. I was trembling on top of a large scale that was used to store magical materials. How was I supposed to lose weight? I hesitantly reached my hand downwards, but seeing that more and more people were gathering around me, as well as the ladies who were covering their eyes and peeking down at me, I couldn't bring myself to do so. You're still over the limit. Just a pair of underwear isn't enough. How about you shave off all your hair and eyebrows? Marguerite adjusted her eyeglasses as she coldly made the fatal decision. Shave off all my hair? For some reason, I thought of a bald egg. That bald, round head would be cool in the summer, and it could even reflect sunlight to keep warm in the winter. How nice! At night, I could even save on oil, and my blinding holy light secret technique would be twice as effective. Adam, stop giving me random psychological advice. If you want to reflect light, go do it yourself. Adam, who was beside me, was rolling on the ground in laughter. He was the only one who would say such unreliable things. Or, I should say that he was the only one who would be so bored. However, due to my various excuses, Marguerite's expression became colder and colder. She seemed to be rather displeased. Is there any other way? Hand. I instantly felt my heart sink. Chopping off my arm to reduce the weight was indeed the only solution I had. After hesitating for a moment, I took out the Roland sacred sword and held it against my arm for quite a while. Finally, I tossed it to Adam. Adam, you do it. I'm afraid of pain. I closed my eyes and waited for quite a while. However, I only heard a hissing sound. When I opened my eyes, I saw that Roland and Harloise were exchanging strange expressions. Stop wasting time. We don't have much time. Be quick with your sword. I'll find a priest to reattach it. What are you laughing at? Asterisk buffed. Asterisk hearing this. Adam immediately laughed to the point where he couldn't breathe. Meanwhile, Marguerite adjusted her eyeglasses again. Why do you want to chop off your arm? There's no need. Do you intend to install a hook and become a pirate captain? That weight? So you were joking. You can already teleport? No, I never joke in the domain of magic. Marguerite still had a serious expression as she spoke. The cold glint in her eyes made one's heart tremble. She was indeed being serious. Your current weight is indeed insufficient. However, when I said hand, I wanted you to take off the age ring on your finger. In an instant, I understood. The current me was overweight. It was impossible for me to be overweight when I was younger. Taking off the ring would be enough. Why didn't you say so earlier? You tricked me again. Hey, wait a moment, I still have something to say. Furious, I hurriedly took off the ring. However, before I could even complain, Marguerite's cane descended and a light of teleportation enveloped me. At this moment, I could only hurriedly pick up the Roland sacred sword and prepare myself. I could only helplessly accept the reality that I had been tricked. After I left, the square returned to silence. Adam suddenly spoke. Did you vent your anger? Of course. That bastard, he actually forgot about me again. He really isn't a good friend. The way he looks at a stranger is so irritating. Even the saint who always had a calm expression had times when she was filled with righteous indignation. However, right after that, Marguerite's expression suddenly turned gloomy and she laughed out loud. However, I can't completely blame him. Let bygones be bygones. Even if he forgets about the past, I can just add new memories. This time, I should leave a deep impression on him. Adam shook his head helplessly and turned his attention to the south. That was where the final battle would determine the fate of the entire Northlands would take place. I don't know if Roland will be able to do it by himself. That side really isn't easy to deal with. He's not alone. Did you forget about Amelia and that cat? Why do you think they disappeared for so long? That brat Roland is inconceivably cautious. He already left behind several trump cards that no one knows about. Just as I expected at this moment, in the market area of Red Maple City, a witch was making her final preparations for the battle. Oh my, I really suffered a huge loss this time. When the time comes, I'll ask Junior for compensation. Little babies, wake up, it's time to eat. Relax, the main food this time isn't the disgusting zombies. This time, let's play plants versus beastmen.